Alright everybody, and welcome back to RTA in Japan Winter 2025, the English Restream. My name is Gluds and I'm going to be with you for the next couple of hours. And for our next run, we have got Pokémon Scarlet and Violet, any percent glitchless, ran by Kyoto and halqery. And to commentate this run, we have the lovely Crisisaurus with us. So Crisis, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hello, good evening, or depending on what time zone you are. Happy time zone. Happy time zone, whatever it is. Good time. I guess it's good time zone. I suppose to be saying hello. My name is Crisisaurus, and I will be stuck with you for the next 5 hours. If you want to put in that in the next, if you want to put in that perspective. But this is, of course, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. The newest Pokemon game. Well, was the newest Pokemon game until Legends ZA came out about a few months ago, and this is a very interesting speedrun in a sense. Very long and does have a lot of a bit of downtime here and there, but there is like a lot that goes into this run. I would know I have spent way too much time routing this myself and making optimizations, so I definitely would know a lot about this, just for those who don't know. Not only am I currently third place in the Japanese leaderboards for this game, I also still currently hold the world record for the English leaderboard of this game. So to say that I know a little bit about this game might be, just a little bit, I think. But yeah, we're going to be here for a very, very long while. We do actually have a donation bid war for this game as of right now, if you want to snag in some last minute donations, as there is the trainer name incentive. So if, as far as I am aware, they're going to be naming the character based at least on the number one bid. They might name one of the characters as the other bid, but I'm not quite so sure about that. As of right now, if I'm not mistaken, Suicune is the name that is currently on the lead.
That is correct, at 73,450 yen. But second is very close.
Yeah, as they are about to start the run. I should also mention that this is also a race. It's not just one person running, it is a race between our two runners. One person running on Scarlet version and the other person running on Violet version. There are differences between the two, as we will cover as we get them. But of course, we're going to find out right now our names for, I believe. Actually, do we have the winner already?
Yes, we do. It is Suicune.
I think. Okay, so Violet is doing the first name, and I think Scarlet is doing the second name. If I'm not mistaken.
Yes, it is.
So Suicune and RTA Chan will be our characters for today's speed run. So as our runners are going to eventually get themselves started, for both of these runners, they say it's a 5-hour estimate. I'm going to be completely honest with you. I would be completely surprised if both of these runners finished. If both of these runners don't finish their run at sub 450, as both of these runners are excellent in these games. We will start the run, but as of right now, we're just going to go through the basic intro of the game, which is the fact that this entire setting of this game is based on a school. We'll be spending the least amount of time in the school as we'll go travel around the entire world, around the entire region of Paldea, which is the region of this game. A couple other things to note: we are playing this on the Nintendo Switch 2 because it does save a huge amount of time over playing this on Switch 1. If you want to know, the English world record prior on the Switch 1 was a 5-hour 19 time, as you can see by the estimate. It's now 5 hours. Yes, the Switch 2 does save half an hour over the Switch 1, purely because of performance and load. So we'll be seeing. So this is going to be, it's going to be a whole lot faster. And of course, some other things to go through as we go through the beginning of this game is that there are small differences between Scarlet and Violet. Most of the differences will be near the end of the game, with one small exception. Obviously, there's like visual differences. Scarlet, everyone is, wearing from Naranja Academy, wearing an orange uniform, whereas in Violet, everyone is from Uber Academy wearing the Violet uniforms, but those are just mostly aesthetics and isn't really going to be changing much when it comes to this. Also, as stated, the legendary in the beginning of the game is also different, but there's not much. But like I said, most of this is just, as of right now, aesthetic differences. We will go over all of the major differences between them as we go through. In the beginning of the game, once we get access to the settings menu, we are going to be changing a couple of things in the settings. The four most important things in the settings is going to be, one, text speed fast. We obviously are speedrunners. We want to play the game as fast as possible, so we're going to change the text speed to fast. The second thing that we're going to be changing is going to be the text speed to fast. We're going to set move learnings to off. Essentially, anytime we level up, normally in Pokemon games, we would have the game tell us hey, do you want to learn this move? We're going to turn that off. We're going to have skip movies turned on, because we do not want to watch cutscenes, although I will tell you right now, there's only a handful of movies that the game actually skips, and I do forget, there is one thing that we definitely change in the settings, but I am not quite remembering what they are, but thankfully, guess what I have? I have my rough notes that I can just open. So text speed fast, move learning off, give nicknames will also be turned off because we don't want to give nicknames. And finally, skip movies will also be turned off. Notice that there are two things that you would normally turn off in a speedrun, but I didn't mention yet. Those two things are battle style and move animations. In this game, move animations are forced on.
ニックネーム登録という項目がね、最近の作品だとあって、これをね、オフにしておくこと。
Which means that we have to keep in mind animation times. We'll get to when we actually discuss our main Pokemon throughout the run, as well as the fact that the battle style is also not something that we can change. It is always on Switch style, which means that we want to keep our party to the minimum amount of Pokemon we can, just to avoid those text boxes. But those are all the settings that we've changed. We won't be changing any of the other settings. You could make an argument to turn off autosave, but it actually is faster to keep autosave on, because despite the fact that this is a much better version of the game does still suffer from a bit of memory loss, and it actually gets to the point where in the final area it actually becomes kind of laggy. It's actually the one place where on the Switch 2 is for some reason a lot worse, and it's actually the main reason why is that in this game, the amount of Pokemon that can spawn is upped on the Switch 2. It used to be only 16 Pokemon can spawn in the overworld at a time. Now they've changed it to 36. So 36 Pokemon can be spawned at the same time on the Switch 2, which does have some lag moments on Switch 2. So we'll keep that so we will be resetting the game once, so if you do see the home screen, that's the main reason why. But yeah, this is essentially the intro. We are also going to be selecting our starter very, very soon as well. This generation has a selection of 3 starters, Brigatito, Quaxley, and Fuecoco. And surprisingly, all 3 of them do actually have a history in being the any % choice of starter in the history of the speedruns, any %. Both Brigatito and Quaxley had a history with the fact that they used to be kind of the starter you used to then pivot over to Lucario. We are not doing that route, as that route has been outdated for a very, very long time. And I will say it right now, the starter choice that we're going to be making is Fuecoco. Fuecoco, I don't necessarily believe it's necessarily the fastest starter to get through the early game, but it is important to make sure that certain things happen. But it's also very important to have Fuecoco for one of the gym fights, as we will explain when we get there. Yeah, that is pretty much most of the main of the start. One of the unfortunate downsides, despite the fact that I love this game, I will admit, the intro, especially with modern Pokemon games, the intro can definitely drag on a little bit. Believe me when I say that they are going as fast as they possibly can right now. They just don't have the ability to run until they go halfway through this pathway. But yeah, this is the beginning of Scarlet and Violet. I hope everyone's having a wonderful time in whatever time zone that everyone is in right now. If you're in Japan, it's definitely one hell of a time to stay up. In fact, I actually see a lot of people staying up.
So many.
Like, it's 3 in the morning.
Listen, we got some dedicated
I'm going at 6:50 right now, but
yeah, we're in the same time zone. We're good.
It's like, yeah, I know. It's actually, crazy as the amount of people. I guess this is just I guess what Pokemon speedruns do to people. It's like you put it at 3 in the morning. It's like, I've never seen this many people awake at 3 in the morning, but you know what? Fair enough.
Listen, it's for a game you like. I've been at an event where I stayed up until 5. Watched the 2-hour run, went to get breakfast, and went to bed.
Oh, I did that the same. I just, instead of me, watching, it was me commentating the run from, 2 till 6 in the morning?
Oh no!
I did not regret that.
Oh yeah.
It was actually like a really kind of a funny thing. But yeah, we picked Fuecoco. There's actually 2 very important reasons. I actually opened my split that I could probably figure out, but it's like one will not be apparent until around the 4-hour mark, and the other one will not be apparent until around, I believe, the 2-hour mark as to why we picked Fuecoco. So you're just gonna have to wait and see as to the main reason. But as we go through the text boxes, real quick, we're just gonna go through and pick up do our first rival fight. Do a little bit of a slide on the ledge. You can just fall off ledges, just fine, instead of going around the other way, like the game intended us to do. This fight, there's not really much. The only thing, Fuecoco stats don't really matter too much. The only stat that we really care about is special attack and to some degree speed. But it's nothing that we will not reset over, with the only exception that we don't really want extremely bad Fuecoco, which we can tell by the fact that if Fuecoco can't 2-hit KO the Sprigatito, if it can 2-hit KO the Sprigatito, we'll just be able to just Ember, no problem. But we also can see a little bit of Ooh! That is unlucky for halqery, already getting himself a bad Fuecoco, giving him a 3 extra turn. Which, unironically, in this speedrun, will actually give Carolio a pretty substantial advantage because of that extra turn that halqery has to waste. Because again, every move animation is on, cannot be turned off. So we have to keep all this in mind. So at least Hulk knows that his Fuecoco is bad, so the other fights will unfortunately also not go nearly as great. So and it's technically not great for halqery either, because Scarlet is technically now the worst of the slower of the 2 versions. But like I said, it's like most of this will be explained once we get to the point where it actually matters. Right now, it is a shame that the Fuecoco is probably minus special attack with bad IVs on the special attack, but it's gonna be hopefully hopefully all right through this beginning section. The beginning section is the main problematic with the special attack, but later on it should be absolutely fine and not be any major issue. I didn't check anything else on the side. I think for Corolio's side, their stats are completely fine. Their Fuecoco is completely fine, but as I'm going to spoil right now, Fuecoco is not going to be our main Pokemon. You might notice on both of their shirts, especially on halqery's shirt, a lot better. They are effectively wearing some interesting shirts. And when I mean by interesting shirts, I mean they're wearing flamingo shirts, which you could probably have an educated guess as to what that Pokemon is, what Pokemon we're going to be utilizing for the entirety of the speedrun once we get access to it. But aside from that, apparently, I actually got a message from halqery just before the run started. They were both wearing flamingo shirts, and they both weren't. And they both didn't plan that. Like, they both just came up to here and just said, you know what? We're both just wore flamingo shirts, which is really funny, in my opinion. But, yeah, so this is the intro of the game. We're about to get into the catching tutorial. We are actually going to catch another very important Pokemon that we are going to be utilizing throughout certain points of the speedrun as well. And that is going to be Lechonk. Lechonk is the tutorial catch. When we do the tutorial, it is always guaranteed to catch this Pokemon even at full HP, so our runners are going to be chucking a ball, and yeah. But Lechonk is going to be an important piece to the speedrun for many different reasons. Well, specifically one, but we'll see that one when it happens. But anyway, after going through the catching tutorial and going through all of this, chat, how you guys doing? All doing great?
I hope we are. I hope we're all doing great. All settled in for this long comfy run.
Yeah, long comfy run. So, going through this section, we actually do want to get our Fuecoco a little bit of EXP. So, right now, Fuecoco is just a bit shy to level 7. Before we actually do our next important trainer fight, we do actually want our Fuecoco to be level 7. So a new thing introduced into this game is actually being able to fight wild Pokemon by just sending the Pokemon out and they'll just do the fight automatically. It's called auto battles. And we're going to be doing a little technique to make the auto battle slightly faster, known as a stop and go. So both Corolio and halqery, before they do that, they are going to go grab this rare candy. If you guys want to keep in track how many rare candies, EXP candies we get through the entire run, feel free to do so. It will be important for later, trust me. So right now, both runners are looking for Pokemon in the wild. Corolio seems to not getting any real encounters, but halqery should be getting a few, and what he just did there is something known as a stop and go. So anytime you send out a Pokemon, actually he just did both of them right there. So every time you send out a Pokemon, the character kind of does this hand animation, which is, stops you there and just stops your momentum. You can't move any forward. Kind of stuff. We have a technique, what we like to call stop and go, which is by pressing the send out button and putting our control stick to neutral, then so we set our control stick to neutral, send out the Pokemon, then move. We essentially bypass the hand waving animation and allow us to essentially send out the Pokemon while continuing moving. Hence, we call it the stop and go because we, stop and then we go. And this is not important right now because this is just get a little bit of EXP here just to make sure that we get to level 7 in time before the next trainer fight. It is going to be very important later on with some of the objectives that we have to do in this game. I guess while we're going to do this whole cutscene where we feed either Miraidon or Koraidon a sandwich because they're hungry. And to be fair, after this run, so will I. we will be. I guess I could explain that. This is different. This is obviously its main selling feature is the fact that this is an open world Pokemon game, and it'll be interesting to see how we tackle this because we have effectively, when we get through the intro of the game, 18 different objectives that we have to go through, one for every type in the game, and we're gonna have to somehow handle through all of this as quickly and as seamlessly as we possibly can. If you do know about this game and you want to have a guess as to which order of the 18 different things that we're gonna do, feel free to have a guess. I guess I can also explain a little bit of this. Is that this is glitchless. There is technically a glitch that the Japanese community decided to not allow, but the English one is, which is at the very beginning of the game. If you talk to the Scorvet that's in your house, and then you crouch, you can for some reason gain your running speed while you're inside the house. That is one of the quote-unquote major glitches. But most of the major glitches are only available on like the earlier versions. This is version 4.0 and is required to play if you are on the Switch 2. But there is all the glitches on version 1, which has a lot of interesting things if you want to have a look at it into yourself, like candy duplication, a movement my favorite one being, of course, the movement technique known as the super glide, which essentially allows you to just if you know BLSS and the Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild speedrun, just imagine that except somehow faster, which is like actually kind of crazy to think about. But as of right now, Corolio and halqery are going through this. I wouldn't call it like, it's not like an NPC, you're like dragging an NPC because you're kind of falling behind. Halq doing the fun strat of taking off the hat and changing to the winter uniform because who wants to see the summer uniform the entire time? There is actually no time lost in doing that because you have to wait for Koraidon to move anyway. But yeah, both runners trying to get to level 7. I don't think Corolio is going to get to level 7 because sometimes this Fuecoco can be a bit picky as to whether or not it wants to fight something or not. halqery well away in level 7. So it's going to make the next fight. Oh, to be fair, Halq actually needs all the EXP that he can get because we saw from earlier that Halq's Fuecoco is I have many words to describe it, but for today's broadcast, I'll just say not good. Essentially, the plot, we kind of going to school, we kind of found this dragon just, sitting in a beach. We gave it a sandwich, and now we're following this dragon through a cave. And now about to fight probably our toughest challenge yet, using our level 6 or 7 Fuecoco against a level 40 Houndoom. Gee, I wonder how the speedrun gets past this. The answer is no, we don't. It's a pure scripted sequence, and this is what allows me to transition into, I guess, a mild complaint. As you will see in Corolio's screen, we're about to see what we like to call a cutscene, and didn't we have the option of skipping those? Yeah. Even though we have the option turned on of skip movies, it doesn't skip every movie in the game. So, sometimes you're just gonna have to, sit back, relax, and just watch some of these cinematics, I suppose. Although, I will say, Koraidon should have a fantastic matchup into this Houndoom. I don't know why Koraidon is necessarily struggling. You are a dragon fighting type. It is a dark type. You should be, one-hit KOing all of these Pokemon, left, right, and center, no problems whatsoever. But, I guess he's probably underleveled or something. So, yeah, intro. I would like to say that the intro is almost done, but then I would be, not exactly telling the truth. So I have a little bit more ways of the intro to go through. Oh, we now get to meet our important characters. We already met one, Nimona. She is our rival and wants us to get stronger, and will incentivize us to go fight the gym leaders of this region. But we're going to now meet our second important character, Arvin, who may or may not have a reason as to why he wants your help, and also may or not have a reason why he doesn't like Koraidon or Koraidon. May have to do with his mother or father, depending on which version of the game you're playing. But yes, another version difference is the professor is different depending on which region, depending on which version of the game you're playing. This is the first time the game actually has done this. If you're playing Violet, your professor will be Professor Toro, whereas if you're playing Scarlet, your professor will be Professor Sada, or some people would like to call them, my friend specifically, Mommy or Daddy. Which, once you see them, you'll understand why. Again, I'm quoting here. It's not. I never say that. But yeah, Arvin is definitely an interesting fight. So they really don't want you to lose this fight. And the reason why they don't want you to lose this fight is not only if this Squover is it's only level 5. It has the worst possible. So every Pokemon has an IVs ranges from 0 to 31. 0 being the worst, 31 being the best. This Squover has 0 on every single stat. So it is not bulky. It will do the minimum amount of damage possible. Not to mention, I believe Arvin has something what we call anti-kill AI. So different trainers have different AIs. Wild Pokemon have what we call random AI. Trainers have, for the most part, smart AI. Arvin 1 has anti-kill AI, which means that if he sees a kill on your Pokemon, he won't kill it. He won't go for it. Oh, great. So, halqery got what we like to call the 10% burn. So, as you can see, just having extra time losses because of the animations, purely because of luck. This is actually terrible luck. Not only is your Fuecoco so bad that you couldn't even 2-hit KO the Sprigatito, but the fact that you also get a 10% chance to burn, and it's the first 10% chance. Yeah, I'm really hoping that, Halk's Bird is so good. Halk's next Pokemon is so good that he can hopefully catch up. But none of that matters because is also RNG, and we'll get to why. And we'll also get to the reason why Lechonk is actually really, really important coming into these next few fights. But as we go through this next area, we're going to do a few things. One, we're going to learn how the Pokemon Center works. We all know how to use the Pokemon Center. We will never use the Pokemon Center except for when we need to buy stuff. Well, actually not buy stuff, sell stuff, because the Pokemon Center and the Pokemon Mart are effectively the same building. We will be selling a lot of stuff. We'll be getting a lot of TMs, which can be sold for a lot of money, so we will be selling stuff. And we'll also be trying to get ourselves, ideally, to level 9. Ideally to level either high level 8 or low level 9 before we try to enter Mesagoza, which is the largest city in the game. So large, in fact, that it has its own loading zone. As we go through, hopefully we're going to be seeing some stop and go from both Corolio and I guess Corolio isn't doing any of the stop and goes for some reason. Interesting. I thought they would be trying to grind EXP.
単純なチャートでの戦闘
But
内
I,
容を見ると
yeah, okay, there it is. So there's a lot of Pokemon that can get you a lot of EXP. Fido gets you the most amount of EXP. Lechonk gets you a decent amount. The Holy Grail is actually in this next area to find a Spooper. The reason why Spooper is so good is because Spooper just gives you a lot of EXP. It's just like, and it's also a bug type, so Fuecoco will just have a wonderful field day going through it.
これもしかしてスカーレットの方が早いのではということに
So, we're quickly going through the Pokemon Center. Let's see what kind of Pokemon they get before they go. And most importantly, we need to do a menu. Before we go to Mesagoza, we need to make a deposit of one of our Pokemon. We need to deposit, unironically, our Fuecoco. Where we're just going to have just solo Lechonk. We're also going to make sure that we don't accidentally talk to any of the NPCs. And for Corolio specifically, because he kept his Lechonk in his party, he needs to make sure that this Lechonk doesn't level up to level 5. So both you can see kind of like some differences in strategies based on these two runners, where way earlier Halq deposited his Lechonk, that way that when Fuecoco is grabbing extra EXP, Lechonk wouldn't grab any of it. That way Fuecoco can kind of just go get as much EXP as it wants, and this EXP will help in the next few fights, especially for Halq, because his, again, as I mentioned, his special attack is not great. I think he's actually just trying to go for level 10 before, just so that the next few fights don't go terribly wrong. Well, although I definitely think that he is guaranteed level 10 before the one fight he wants to be level 10. So, next rival, as I said, depositing a Pokemon, very important. Why? Because guess what we're going to try and do as fast as possible? Lose! Yes, so Nemona fights are effectively the case where we just want to lose as quickly as we can. We essentially want to see Lechonk lose as fast as possible. And we actually see a downside of Lechonk actually gaining all that EXP, which is the fact that this Sprigatito wasn't actually going to turn KO. So we can actually see that, you know, Curl is losing time, a little bit of time here, but thankfully nothing too crazy. A 3-turn Nemona 2 fight is something that we can take. Hopefully Halq can get a 2-turn fight, just so that we can catch up some of the time that he has lost because of the other fights. But yes, rival fights. Actually, any fight in this game that we can lose, we will lose. The only exceptions being Nemona 1 because losing takes too long, and Alvin 1 because of the anti-kill AI. That's okay. So Halq is saving a little bit of time over Corolio thanks to the only having to see 2 turns of this fight and not 3. For those wondering why do we want to skip this fight, isn't the EXP important? 1, no, the EXP is not really important. But 2, Nemona's last Pokemon will always Terrasilize, and we will be seeing this later. Terrasalization is a really slow animation. Like, if you've seen any of the VGC tournaments, you see just how long one Terrasalization animation takes. Yeah, if we can skip that animation, we gladly will. We can't skip it for like any of the important trainer fights, but for Nemona, we can lose almost every Nemona fight except 1. We'll take those. We'll take what we can get in this game. Yeah, welcome to Mesagoza, the main city where we will be spending a little bit of the beginning and then a good chunk of our late game here, where we have to do all the stuff to end the game, which like I said, will explain the whole kind of process, because we will have time to do this, by the way. We have plenty of time to explain how this game works after these next 2 fights. So we already got like the first major character in Nemona, who's our rival. Second major character, which is Arvin, who is kind of like, well, it doesn't start as our friend, but then becomes our friend as we go fight some stuff, fight some, you know, Titans with him. And then we have what we're going to be introduced very shortly is our third character. I think a fan favorite for many people, which is going to be Penny. And of course, the main bad guys of this speedrun. I say main bad guys like quotation marks. Yeah, you don't see the quotation marks because I don't have my camera on, but which is gonna be Team Star. A bunch of, well, at least described right now, a bunch of quote unquote bullies who want to recruit people to to join their team or something. We also have a really, really banging theme. But we won't be hearing much about this banging theme. Although, unironically, these two fights are the most dangerous fights in the entire run. I wish I was joking, but they actually are. Because you have to win, and we are actually very similar level, and this Shruder will always outspeed us, so this Shruder could do potentially a massive amount of damage to us, which we really don't want to see, but thankfully, the Shruder is actually like the least threatening of the two Pokemon. There's the burn for Corolio, so at least we get like a burn each. So we're kind of, getting back the time, but the burn could have been a little bit earlier for halqery to, come back earlier. We did see triple scratch from Strudel. That is the fastest move animation that Strudel can use, so at the very least, despite the burn, is that nice crit from Halk. That should save a turn. That actually should save a turn from him. So as you can see, like all these move animations add up to the point where, like, just how much closer of a distance has now been gathered thanks to both Halk and Corolio. We also get the Terra Orb from Nemona. Spoiler alert: we will never use the Terrestrial button ever. Well. Okay, that might be a lie. There is like a niche case used for Terra fighting for one fight, but we'll see if any of our runners actually choose to go for it. But we will never be clicking this button because, if we're trying to avoid other people from terrestrializing, why would we terrestrialize ourselves? Doesn't make any sense. But yeah, Young Goose. Okay, this Young Goose is actually like really scary. This thing has bite and will bite, and if it does bite you, there is a chance, and outspeeds you, there's a chance that it can flinch you. And if that happens, it's not going to be fun. I'll be completely honest. We would rather see any of the other two moves, but we'll see. Hopefully with Fuecoco's massive level, this Fuecoco's slow as well? Wow, at level 10, you would normally see this Fuecoco be able to barely outspeed, but I guess this Fuecoco is pretty slow. Hopefully we no flinch here for halqery. Nope. And hopefully just one more Ember. And they are both through this fight, no problem. So, here comes Scarlet and Violet's most kind of infamous moment in the speedrun. I really hope you guys enjoy moving along in dialogue boxes, because we are getting that for the next 14 or so minutes. So if there's like any time that you want to go out and go get snacks and go and do all that, this is honestly the perfect time. You can come back and you will miss pretty much absolutely nothing. Because we're just gonna have to do all of the school stuff and all that. It's like we have to go here, activate this plot device, and go and activate that plot. Then we get an entire explanation from the professor of all this. We basically get all the tutorial just dumped in, all the tutorial and lore just dropped right there. So at least it's great, because after we've done this, doing this is like doing that, it's like all this isn't great. But I guess this is now a perfect time to explain the main gimmick of this game. The main gimmick of this game is the fact that this is an open world game, and we will have 18 objectives that we have to do. With the gyms, we have the classic 8 gyms before we fight the Elite Four, and then we fight the champion. Then we have the Arven storyline, which is going to be the 5 Titans. The 5 Titans is also relative. is relatively simple. We fight 5 Titans, and then after we fight the 5 Titans, we then go ahead and fight Arvin, and that is that storyline done. And then we have Starforce Street, which is we have to go into the Team Raid bosses, the Team Star bases, defeat the leader, and then after we defeat the leader 5 times, we then go ahead and fight the final boss of Team Star, and that is that storyline. Once all 3 storylines are completed, we will then be able to access the finale of the game, which will be in the crater of Area 0. So, there are 18 objectives initially that we can do in any order. Then we have the 3 end games, which we can kind of do it in any order. And then we get into Area 0, which we can only do it once we get to the finale. So, how exactly do we cover all these things? Because each of them give us different benefits. Specifically, the Titans give us the better benefit of movement abilities, which is going to be important for traversing through the entire region. In fact, while there are different ways that we can handle, throughout the entirety of this speedrun, every single time, there's been one consistent thing. If we have our main, we'll go fight Cloth immediately. If we don't have our main, we'll go fight Cloth. We'll go get our main, and then we go fight Cloth. Cloth will always be in the speedrun no matter what, the first thing we do, because each Titan gives us an ability, specifically a movement ability. Cloth gives us the ability to dash, which I don't think I need to tell you how important it is to move fast when we are going pretty much around the entirety of the map and try and go as fast as we possibly can. That is always going to be our number 1 objective going through. The rest, well, we'll explain what we do, because we do something probably, I wouldn't say unconventional, but it is something that we would do. You would never really see any other Pokemon game do, because we're going to take the concept of being over-leveled and kind of laugh at and kind of laugh at that face. It's like, you thought being, 1 or 2 or 3 levels over-leveled is massive. We're gonna do something much more stupid. Trust me. In fact, when it comes to Pokemon games, in terms of how easy or how difficult it is to get into it, this game is actually so easy in terms of Pokemon speedrunning that, honestly, anyone can start a run and anyone can actually finish a run. The only difficulty in this game is just knowing where all the items that you need to pick up are going to be. But in terms of difficulty in terms of Pokemon games, I genuinely think this is the easiest Pokemon game to learn. The only issue is it's long, but thankfully, there are other categories for this game as well. If you want to have something shorter, may I recommend the single story speedruns, which is, instead of doing, what we're doing, which is all of the stories in one go, and then the final story to get to the credits, you can choose to do the single stories and just focus on one of the 3 stories. So if you just prefer to do the gym challenge and nothing else, there's Victory Road. If you prefer the Titan fights, there's Path of Legends, and of course, if you prefer doing the Starfall raid, the Starfall bases, then there's of course Starfall. There's also Teal Mask, which is its own category as well, which is completing the Teal Mask portion of the DLC. And then there's the if you want to go the opposite direction, there is both Indigo Disc and Mochi Mayhem, but I would only recommend those if 8-hour and 9-hour speedruns are your thing, respectively. Yeah, as we are continuing through this 14-minute, text box simulation, which should be done in about the next 7. I actually have not checked this myself, but are there any other donation incentives that are opened in future, or is there not any that I'm aware of?
I will have a look for you. Okay, so obviously the donation tracker is all in Japanese, so reading it can be a bit tricky sometimes, even though I can technically read it. I also need to. It would probably be a good idea if I actually pulled up the schedule as well, wouldn't it? Yeah, probably. There we go. So yes, we do have some more incentives coming up. So for example, we have got a costume change for the Good Job speedrun tomorrow. I believe this one is for Xenoblade Chronicles 3, and that is for so that is for the battle camera effects. So yeah, there is various amounts you can raise money for on that. There is also one for the file name for Diddy Kong Racing, which currently you can have 3 letters for it, and currently OOT is in the lead with RIJ very close behind it. So if you want to donate and put anything towards those incentives, then go and take a look. The incentives are going to be in Japanese, as is the donation site, but that is what good old translator is for.
I love Google Translate. I was actually just quickly, like, while you're doing that, opening my Japanese splits for this game, and I forgot that my last split of the game is called British Man Singing.
That's amazing.
Which, if you know anything about this game, you will know about the song that plays for this game. But I can at least tell you the good news for those who are waiting throughout this entire intro sequence. It is almost over. Once we get the ability to finally ride our Koraidon and Miraidon respectively, the tutorial is effectively over. And we essentially have freedom to go whenever and wherever we want. And of course, our first objective is to replace our Fuecoco with a brand new main.
You weren't kidding. 43-minute long intro. Oh
yes.
My goodness. You were not kidding.
I was not joking when I'm talking about this intro. It's like, and yes, the last 10-ish minutes was the worst part of the intro, because you are just going to place, talking to someone, going to place, talking to someone.
Yeah.
All of the lore dump and exposition dump. That is the weakest. I will admit, this is the weakest part of this game. Despite the fact that I love it and I've spent way too much time in this game, especially on Switch 1, which is way worse, by the way. As I've mentioned before, there is a 30-minute difference between the Switch 1 world record and the Switch 2 world record, purely because of performance. But we are almost through. We just need to, quote unquote, start the final storyline that for some reason hasn't technically been started yet, and then Koraidon and Miraidon hear the word sandwich and then get up in the Pokeball, and we then get the ability to be able to ride our dragon motorcycle. We love our dragon motorcycle buddies. They're great.
I remember I got this game on release day, and as soon as I got that motorcycle, I swear to God, I spent like 2 hours just racing around on that thing, not doing anything, because it's just so fun. I'm so glad they added that.
The only thing I'm a little disappointed is we couldn't do Pokemon battles on the Miraidon / Koraidon, and I just do the meme of, like, instead of card games on motorcycles, we have Pokemon battles on motorcycles.
Yeah, that would have been really cool. But hey, the motorcycles themselves are still really cool.
Motorcycles are definitely cool, especially Miraidon. Miraidon is definitely more of the motorcycle, although apparently, like, some people say I think some people say it's like maybe the Koraidon Miraidon hitboxes might be a bit different, and apparently some people say that the Miraidon hitboxes might be slightly, but I don't think that's necessarily true. I think that's just more superstition. But like I said, there are no differences between Koraidon and Miraidon movement. They both move the exact same speed and all that jazz. It's just that, aesthetically, Miraidon, from the future, does use its wheels. Koraidon from the past doesn't know what a wheel is. So just uses its legs instead. So now that we finally, have the freedom, Corolio is now heading straight to where our new main is going to be. We are taking this pathway to a new main because we do actually get ourselves an item, very important item known as the Quick Ball. Obviously, many people may know that there are many different balls that you can pick up throughout this entire speedrun, throughout this entire game. Quick Ball is one of the best balls in the game for speedrunners because we can just chuck it, and it has the best chance to catch on turn 1. But a mechanic that we're going to be utilizing as well that in this game that has been brought back from Legends Arceus is the backstrike mechanic, which is when we backstrike a Pokemon, not only do they get stunned for the first turn and unable to move, but it also increases the catch rate, which is going to be very important because by combining the Quick Ball plus the catch rate, plus the additional catch rate, it makes the Pokemon that we're going to get 100% catch rate of 100%. Both runners do have to be very careful in not hitting any Pokemon because as of right now, we are using, as we will see, Goku is only level 10, and all the Pokemon are like level 80. Not level 80, level 20. And so, as you can see, it's like, oh no, please don't die. Oh no. So, unfortunately, all that movement that they just did to get to this point, to go to Flamigo, will now have to be redone. Purely because they just hit a Pokemon. Because, this is a dangerous area. Every Pokemon here, level 20. Our Pokemon, level 10. And Fuecoco isn't the fastest Pokemon out there. So, it won't necessarily outspeed anything. Ooh.
Just give me 1 second. I'm just going to quickly check on the RTA in Japan Deutsch channel. I'm getting an advert. It does seem that our feed has stopped, so quickly switch over to that one whilst we get our feed sorted.
Yeah.
So both of our excuse me. So Corolio sadly has to do the movement. As you may have or may have not saw, Halq has caught his Pokemon, which is of course going to be Flamigo. This little funky pink bird is going to be the absolute destroyer of all of everything in this region. You just wait and see. But you also notice that Halq also picked up another item, which is going to be EXP Candy, which is going to be an EXP Candy. Trust me when I say, these rare candies and EXP candies are going to be very, very important. For those who might not be familiar with EXP candies, because they have been introduced in Generation 8, instead of a rare candy which always increases your level by 1, no matter what level it is, EXP candies will always increase will give you the EXPs instead of the level increase. So, for instance, an extra small candy give you 100 EXP. Small candies give you 800. Medium give you 3,000. Larges give you 10,000. And the Holy Grail, which sadly we cannot get throughout just normal gameplay, but the EXP extra large candies will give us 30,000. Halq just picked up an EXP candy L just a moment ago, and that's going to give him a boost of 10,000 EXP, but something to keep in mind that having a boost of EXP really early in the game is so beneficial for us, because you're going to see that this EXP candy L that we just got ourselves a level 17 Flamigo, is going to make our level 17 Flamigo go to level 25 almost immediately before we even fight this first Titan. So this is also going to be the case where I'm going to have to try and do a thing where I'm going to try and keep track of stats for both of our runners here. So let's see if I can do a little thing.
ここでカラミンゴのステータスが
So that menu that Halk did
技の変更
was
ですね
actually before I do that, I need to open
覚える
Paint
技を変更
and
レベ
keep
ルを上げ
this
て
there. I
技を
also
覚えさせて
and try and keep track of stats as well. Stats as well. So this is gonna be fun for me to try and do. So what Halk did was pretty simple. He gave his EXP candy to Flamingo, put it in the active, and then changed the moveset. So moveset right now for Flamingo, he taught both wing attack. No, he taught low kick, which is a very powerful move, potentially. It is a move that does power based on the opponent's weight. The heavier they are, the more power the move does. And it's going to be really useful for this cloth, as these Titan Pokemon are extremely heavy, so we effectively have a base 120 fighting move almost immediately, which is nice. And how these Titan fights go is pretty simple. Phase 1, they are pretty much normal, and you just have to deal enough damage to trigger their runaway, which is always going to be about 1/16 of their HP remaining, or is it 1/8, one or the other? And then phase 2, when they eat the Herba Mystica, they gain a HP buff. So this cloth actually has a HP buff of 1.5x, which means that you actually saw Hulk use a wing attack before low kicking, and that is to avoid activating its ability. We also see that Shelter did cooperate by utilizing Glare, which means that this cloth is going to get absolutely decimated. As we go ahead and quickly have a look at Corolio stats as well, as I will try and tell you how good or how bad these birds are very, very quickly. So give me just one moment to do so.
I'm probably gonna get
Let's
a bottle
see.
cap.
For Hulk's bird, best HP he could possibly get. What else? 62 attack, 48 defense. 43 special attack. Special attack does not matter. 40 special defense and 53 speed with a neutral nature. So Hulk's bird is pretty bad. So 28 to 31 HP IV, 0 to 1 attack. It's a physical attacker, so not great. 24 to 27 defense, 2 to 5 special attack, 12 to 15 special defense, and 12 to 15 speed. So, not the greatest bird for halqery. However, he does have one advantage. He did roll the correct ability, so halqery's bird is Scrappy, which is the better ability, as well, it does have the effect that, you know, fighting type moves can hit ghost types. The more important aspect is the fact that Scrappy is immune to Intimidate, and there are a fair few Intimidate Pokemon in the game. As for Corolio, I'm going to check his stats. 77, 69, 43, 42, 38, and 57. Also neutral nature. Which is funny that both of our runners got neutral nature. Oh wow, this bird is actually amazing for Corolio. So, for those who are interested, 4 to 7 HP, 26 to 29 attack. Keep in mind, 31 is the highest number it can be. 4 to 7 defense, 0 to 1 special attack. We will never be using that stat, so that is actually amazing. 4 to 7 special defense, and 28 to 31 speed. So we are seeing definitely, but it is Tangled Feet, which is the worst ability. So we have kind of two different spectrums of the thing, which is like very much interesting. Very much interesting. I will also later on keep a track of these birds, as there will be a second opportunity for me to figure out their stats a little bit more. But as of right now,
さあ画面ご注目ください。今、カルカリさんはね、後ろを向きながら、ジャンプをしていました。これはいわゆるバックジャンプとか。
Yeah, as of right now, halqery is, you know, been lean right now, so we get to see a little bit more. halqery saying he probably needs a bottle cap. Judging by his bird, he might. So what is now the main thing that we're doing? So now we have the ability to run super fast. We're going to be actually spending the next few moments not doing any objectives. So we're going to grab a bunch of flight points here and there, but we're going to grab what is effectively the holy grail of this game's speedrun, which is the game decided, you know what, we're just going to put a bunch of EXP candies and a bunch of rare candies everywhere. Surely that is not going to be a problem. And oh, wait a minute, we're just literally going out of our way, grabbing all of these different EXP candies and rare candies, and we are going to effectively make every single fight into a joke. So right now, how Halk is going through these, we're going to grab a bunch of EXP mediums, a bunch of EXP larges. Effectively, we are getting enough EXP candies to jump from level 26 all the way to level 53 before we even fight the first gym. We're also doing a little bit of a technique right here to grab some of the extra items known as the backwards ledge jump. Yes, we might share the same acronym as the backwards lunge jump, but from Super Mario 64, but we're not, instead of, getting a bunch of extra speed, what we're doing is we're going to a ledge facing backwards and then jumping up, which then allows us to essentially climb any ledges, and we're technically not supposed to. Although both Halk and Corolio eventually have to be very careful, as similarly to before, where every Pokemon is super high level, every Pokemon here is much higher level than we are supposed to be. As you can see, our Flamigo is currently level 26, but everyone else is like in their 30s, soon to be in their 40s, and eventually going to be in their 50s. And while Flamigo can outspeed some of the more slower Pokemon like Snom and Mudbray and Greedent, once we get to the faster areas and the higher level Pokemon, we do have to be very careful, as we do not want what happened to Corolio when he was trying to get his Flamigo happen to anyone else here, because then we'll go back to the last Pokemon Center that we used, if I'm not mistaken. Or maybe it's the last Pokemon Center that we touched. I don't quite remember. But essentially, we're going to be losing a lot of time doing that. But yeah, we're going around the world. Essentially, people call this many different things: Halloween, Candy Hunt, around the world, and that's kind of what we're doing. We're getting fly points. We're also triggering some other events, like we're gonna go into the ice gym, but we're not actually going to do the ice gym itself, and that's because we're gonna start the puzzle. The puzzle, essentially how gyms work is you have to go in, talk to the receptionist, start the puzzle, and then you have to talk to somebody else outside the gym to complete the puzzle. Are they playing on Switch 1? No, they are playing on Switch 2. This is the Switch 2 version. Because if this was the Switch 1 version, the estimate would be 5 hours 45. Not what is right now. Not 5 hours. So that's what we're going to do. Grab a couple of fly points. And then once we're done, we're going to fly back to Sapo Pico, give all of the EXP candies, or all but one of the EXP candies to Flamigo, and then level it up. And this is where I'm also going to have to do a little bit of double checking. A little bit of double checking of the stats where I get to refine it just a little bit more and be able to see, how good or how bad for some people the bird is. As a reminder, Halk's bird is not particularly good in the two stats that matter, which is the attack and speed stat. We'll get to why those two stats matter a lot later on. Corolio's bird, on the other hand, is really amazing in those two departments. But the one advantage that Halk has is he does have the better ability in Scrappy, whereas Corolio has the worst ability in Tangled Feet, which there are fights where those abilities do matter. Actually, one of them is coming up very shortly, but we'll worry about that when we get. But we'll discuss why that matters. One other thing that I didn't mention is that both of our runners picked up a very important TM. So for the most part, we aren't really short on money, so we don't need to pick up any extra money items. But we do pick up one particular TM, which we go ahead and do the whole along with the whole ledge jump for, which is acrobatics. Acrobatics is Flamigo's pretty much the most spammed move that Flamigo uses. What does it do? Simple. 55 base power move, not particularly exciting, but if it doesn't have a held item, which we are not planning to give Flamigo any held items, by the way, it doubles its power. So effectively, we have a 110 base power move that we get able to just spam whenever we want. Our moveset still keeps wing attack because it is a faster animation, so anytime we can KO with wing attack, we will still prefer to use wing attack. But our moveset is pretty much almost complete as once we teach acrobatics, we will essentially have the moveset of wing attack, acrobatics, low kick, and double kick. Already mentioned low kick before. Low kick is a move that its power depends on the opponent's weight. If they're heavy, it'll do a lot of damage. If they're light, they'll do no damage. Typically, a rule of thumb is if they're if they look heavy, they probably are heavy. But if they're a bird or a ghost, they're pretty light. So this is actually the most dangerous area in the game because this is you're not meant to be here until you're level 50. And the scariest Pokemon in there is actually Varoom and Rivaroom because just some crazy, drivers on an average Tuesday in the United Kingdom, they will go drive anywhere and everywhere and be crazy. But Hulk is now finally done with all of his EXP candies. We seem to have a little bit of a on the stream, but Hulk will fight his Pico. I believe he will still do the rough. He'll probably try and go and get the Rufflet strat, which is there is a strat that you can do later on where if you speaking of the devil, there's the Rufflet. So Hulk likes to do this Rufflet strat, which instead of using Fuecoco for later, he will actually go ahead and pick up this Rufflet. They will both serve the same purpose, so hopefully we'll see Corollia just not pick up the Rufflet. The advantage of doing this Rufflet is that you actually save an EXP medium that you would normally use for Fuecoco, and thus you can give it to Flamigo. But we'll discuss that when that moment matters. But yes, Hulk catches his Rufflet, which he is a big fan of the Rufflet strat, American Bird and all that. I'm actually not the biggest fan of the Rufflet strat because I do actually believe it is slower overall, but to each their own, I suppose. And yeah, so I believe he is going to hopefully remember to do his menuing before he fights this Titan, otherwise it's going to be a very slow fight. So here, before we do, we need to bait the off him to go one way, and then we can trigger that. Does withdraw all his Pokemon, which is correct. So he gives all but one medium, all the largest to get all the way to 54, and then teaching acrobatics. And I missed those stats, which is fine. I'll try and get myself a copy of those, a screenshot of those stats momentarily. But yeah, off one, very simple fight. You just low kick, and it's gone. This fight used to be a lot worse when we were much lower level, but because we're level 54, this fight ain't gonna be a joke. This thing is only level 30 in the code, so we don't have to worry about it by that much. Thankfully. And then yeah, Corollia does choose to get this Pokemon Center early. There is no, you don't have to go get this Pokemon Center early, but Corollia does choose to go get it early. There's no major time loss in doing so. Hulk has to go get this Pokemon Center later on, but we will again worry about that
当時のツイッターでですね。
but it's nothing too crazy. Like Halq doesn't have that 5 points of there's like some discrepancy when it comes to the time save, but nothing too much.
3万の経験値を一気に得られる。
Also, a little bit of an interesting thing is that Kuroda also does get this Pokemon Center. The advantage of getting this Pokemon Center is that you do actually get more rare candy. So we are seeing some discrepancy within the route as well between both of our runners. Some of us, it is a difference where some of the runners prefer to get a lot more rare candies than others. I've definitely rather this to be like as minimum as we could possibly go, but each runner does have their own preferences to how many rare candies they want to pick up and how many yeah. The advantage of doing all this movement and getting all these rare candies is the fact that because Corolla has that center, getting to the poison base later is going to be faster for him, but the time differential does mean that Halq is a bit better overall.
そうこうしてる間にですね、2つ目の主、ミミズズを倒しま
Let's
し
see if
た。
I can get
ミミズズは
the
鋼タイプのポケモンで、これまたね、
stats
カ
for
ラミ
Halq.
からしたら相性が有利なポケモンですね。格闘タイプで抜群をつくことができると。
Don't think that's going to be big enough for me to see.
で、
And then also for Corolio as well.
ケタグリという技ですね。
Which, did he do the menu? He hasn't done the menu. He's going to do it now.
威力が上がる。そんな技になっています。
Although he's going to evolve Coco. Also, keep in mind that because Halq did catch a Rufflet, he will not be evolving his Coco into Crocodile, whereas because Corolio did not catch a Rufflet, he will. Or they will. Let's see if I can just, before anything happens, let me just quickly take a screenshot of... I just missed it again. That is fine. I'll go try and get the thing for out in a moment.
ということです。
とうとうここまで RTA in Japan に参加して
Can I read that? But yes.
ね、序盤のドラミシアが一瞬で消し飛ばしたような気が
But
する。
yeah, so Orphan Titan, we're down 2 Titans, and we have 3 more to go, and 16 more objectives that we have to deal with.
ミミズズの方をね。
By the way, we are not done with grabbing EXP candy, by the way. It's like we are going to grab a few more, and we're going to get ourselves another jump in the
2回目
future.
ともなると喋ることがなくなってきた。あと3回あるんですけど。
この辺りもね RTA チャートを練ってた最初期は結構早めにミミズズ育ってない段階のカラミンゴで突っ込んできて、
あ、そうですね。
ケタグリ3回打ってその間に頼むペパー余計なことしないでくれっつって言いなが
Yeah,
ら
as we
一生懸命戦ってた時代もありましたね。
go through this, and I'm going to try and see if I can get a more refinement on what are the stats for both of our runners.
どんな順番で進めていくのは、
Does the host have anything else to say?
なかなか答えが出しづら
As I
く
do
て
this real
い
quick.
ろんなチャートが、試されていましたね。
I just wanted to say that so far RTA in Japan have raised 6,334,584 yen, which if I just do the conversion to dollars real quick, probably should have done that before.
いろんなものを試
That
しなが
will
ら、
be,
まあ、今の
oh,
形
that's,
に落ち
for
着い
goodness
た
sake, I typed it into Google and it didn't come up.
進め方違ったりする
6,
ぐらい
3,
なので、
4, 5, 8, 4.
結局どれが最適なのっていうと難しいところではあるんですけども。
If it will load, that'll be great.
あ、ありがとうございます。
But yeah, so far they have raised gosh, it won't type 40,564 USD, which is an amazing amount. And if you too wish to donate as well, you can do !donate. And also, we do have commentary signups all throughout the event. We have got a few more days after the event if you want to do !form. And there is a game that you might know that doesn't have a commentator yet. You too can sign up to do what Crisis is doing now. Thank you very much, Delty. Appreciate it. So yeah, that'll be great. We would love for you to share your knowledge with the rest of the English-speaking community.
途中でルカリオを捕まえるウェニバル・ルカリオっていうチャートがね、試されていたりだとか、
That is what, 160, 149.
の RTA
90,
しましたけども、
89,
ルチャブルを使ったチャートが出てきたりとか、
123, and 80. So this is unfortunate. This is going to be the most accurate stat that I can get currently for both of our runners. But for halqery, his bird is currently sitting at 31 HP, 0 to 1 attack, 25 to 26 defense, 2 to 3 special attack, 13 to 14 special defense, and 12 speed. The attack is definitely a yikes, but the speed is, fine. But yeah, this is what we like to dub in the business. Not a great bird. For Corolio, on the other hand, their bird is as follows: 4 to 5 HP, 28 attack, which, if I'm not mistaken, was the second highest value it can be. 4 to 5 defense, 0 to 1 special attack, 6 to 7 special defense, and perfect speed. So both our runners having a perfect stat in one of their perfect IV in one of their stats. Just I think one runner definitely got the better end of the stick. But as you will see in Halk's, but so far Halk is in the lead, so we'll see how good or bad their bird makes a difference. Right now, Halk is now finally doing their first gym, which is going to be the electric gym, and it's going to be essentially every gym has a gimmick, which is we need to play a mini game of some kind. And then after we do a specific minigame or specific thing, we get to fight the gym leader. In this case, we're fighting Iono. We are essentially collaborating with Iono as of this moment, which is cool. And our main goal is to play Where's Waldo, except replace Waldo with Clavel. We already know where he is because again, it's not random, and we'll just go through. This is where I should probably mention some of the trainer RNG. So anytime we fight trainers, their IVs are always set to 10. Their nature is also set to just to be neutral, but their abilities are random, and for some of them, prefer not having time-wasting abilities. Which is, important for us to have. But and well, that Luxio specifically, he does have the ability Intimidate. It does have the ability Intimidate. Well, it can have the ability Intimidate, which can, lose us a bit of time here. But we'll actually be seeing on Halk's screen the benefit of having Scrappy versus the downside of having Tango. The benefit of having Scrappy is that, again, because our attack does not get dropped, thanks to the Scrappy ability from Intimidate, we are able to actually use a faster move animation on a certain on Iono's Magius. Instead of what Corolio will have to do is either risk a range or go for double kick, which is a much slower move. I should also explain we do have double kick in our moveset. The most important text of double kick is that it does hit twice, which means that any Pokemon that have any abilities that can survive a hit in full, say 30, we are essentially able to take it out in one turn instead of two. Gonna actually come up in the next gym where we have to fight a Subarudo. But yeah, so gym puzzle, not really that complicated. We find some trainers. There is also a Pokemon that can give us the static. It has the ability static, which can paralyze a bird. But thankfully, the game is extremely generous. This game is extremely generous when it comes to healing. And it's the fact that anytime we're about to fight a gym leader, the game just gives us a free heal. It's like there's very few times we actually have to be worried about our health. Because the game just loves handing us free heals.
おはこんハロチャオと、なんじゃおの挨拶なんですけども、皆さん正しいイントネーションはおはこんハロチャオですので、ぜひ覚えておいてください。
Where's my two rangers?
さあこの事務戦自体が
and halqery his stats of his bird so that he is aware.
許可を取ったんでしょうかちょっと心配になりますけども
Yes, so this gym, so as you may notice, because we have such a high level advantage going into this gym, we are effectively going to be making a lapping stock. Like, yes, sending a flying type into an electric gym is probably not the best idea. In hindsight, in paper, but again, as you will see, our Flamingo's level 54, and this Wattro's like level, 23, if I remember correctly? Yeah, 23. Wow, I actually do remember the levels. Wow. Even though it's been a while since I played this game, I actually do remember that level exactly. That's actually kind of crazy, yeah? But yeah, we're essentially going to be, wing attacking, low kicking, doing all this. We want to try to avoid super effective and not very effective because the text boxes do slow us down just a little bit. It loses us about 1.2 seconds every time we see a super effective, not very effective, or even a critical hit. There are also some fights where we want to avoid crits like the plague because some of these trainers have something what we like to dub Hop Syndrome, which is a thing we like to call, because if you remember Hop from Sword and Shield, he really loves to remind you about super effective and not very effective moves. And I guess other trainers just have, that theory. But yeah. Because of Hulk's ability of Scrappy, he can just acrobatics with Magius. I should probably explain what ranges are. So, ranges are a thing in this game where every move that you use does between 100% and 85% of their maximum damage possible. So, if Corolio does choose to use acrobatics on Miss Magius, who is now an electric type thanks to terrestrialization, you might have to risk the range, although their attack on their bird is so good that they might not be a range because of not only just the level, but also just how absurd their bird is. Pretty crazy. Like, I would love to have those stats whenever I do an any percent run. Those stats are actually actually crazy. And one of the reasons why knowing your stats on your bird is very important is because later on, you actually, with all the items and money that you get along the way, you will have to buy enough vitamins in the end game to make sure that not only do you outspeed certain things, but you also make sure that you actually get a 1-hit KO on certain targets. There are some pretty dangerous targets in the end game that we have to make sure that not only we outspeed, but also outdamage. There are other ways that we're going to make sure of that, but the amount of the IVs that you have would determine how many proteins and how many carbos that you need to buy. Corolio will not have to buy that many, but Hulk would have to buy a lot more than what Corolio needs to buy. So people are talking about, bottle caps. Bottle caps are a thing in this game where you can go grab, where as long as the Pokemon is level 50, which Alphamio is, you can essentially hyper train a stat, which allows you to essentially turn a stat to 31. And I would not be surprised if Hulk it is pretty slow to go get the bottle cap, but it is something that I think Hulk is probably going to consider, considering the fact that his attack stat is 0 to 1. So I wouldn't be surprised if halqery does go out of his way to go get the bottle cap, whereas Corolio absolutely does not need to, because like I said, the only stats that you care about is attack and speed. Your HP, your defense, your special defense does not matter for the most part. So it'll be interesting to see. It'll also be interesting to see if Corolio does choose to go for the acrobatics range, or if it doesn't. Missing this range is pretty bad because if you miss this range, this thing has Confuse Ray, and then you have to go through Confusion, and Confusion is not a fun thing if anyone plays Pokemon, because man, do we love our coin flips of hitting through Confusion. It is only 33% chance to actually hit yourself in Confusion. They have changed that in Generation 7. But it is pretty annoying. So let's see if the acrobatics sets the range hit. It does, so we don't have to worry about it. Meanwhile, halqery is playing hide and go sneak with Sunflora. Essentially, about 30 Sunfloras that are hiding within Artisan. You only need to find 10 of them. And so Hulk is going to go through the fastest 10 that he can find before, going for the fastest 10, essentially. So, 3 in the opening area, 2 near this lake, 1 underneath the stadium, which he already got, so he's going to go the other way, which is... I've not seen anyone do that movement, but okay. Grab 1 over there, 1 by the vending machine near the pool, 1 behind the gym, and then finally 1 near the playground. And that is the fastest 10 Sunfloras that you can find.
そこでタイムロスになってしまったりとか、いうこともあるので、気をつけて選んでいく必要があります。さあ、ジムテストもクリアして、移動がやはりうまいですね。
Early grabbing the red candy in Levincia. This is like the one red candy I wish we could skip, but it's actually like one of the fastest, slowest candies in the game in the current route. So sadly, we cannot skip this. And we head over to Abrasius, who is meant to be like the second gym leader you're supposed to fight. And so we're gonna see a bunch of like level 16. I think it's like his ace is level 18. I think. So you know. Definitely a fair matchup for level 53 Flamigo. Yeah, so essentially we're just going to low kick spam, and then when we see the pseudo Wuda, we are actually going to double kick. Again, double kick, very slow move animation, but because the pseudo Wuda has 30, it is faster because we get to knock it out in one turn instead of 2. Which is again the more important aspect.
圧倒していきます。タイプ相性も有利なんですけども、それが
Yeah, welcome to, you know, nice crit time loss, halqery. Congratulations. It's not that bad, but it is yet any.
にはね、ただただ何も気にせずに技を連打するよりは、
low kick,
アニメーションが短かったり、あとは
you know, the reason why we go for low kick is that wing attack, low kick have the lowest animation times. I actually did like this whole like timing of animation, and if I remember correctly, low kick and wing attack have like an animation time of like 3.14 seconds. Whereas acrobatics is a bit slower with about 3.5 seconds, and then close combat, when we eventually get that move, is about 4-ish seconds of move animation. Double kick we would like to avoid because double kick is 6. So whenever we can, we want to avoid double kick, but double kick is still a very important move to have because we need sometimes do 2 points of damage instead of sometimes you do 2 hits instead of 1 in one. If that makes any sense.
2回で倒したという判定になって、この頑丈をすり抜けて倒せます。ここもね、
So when we can, we're just going to use our faster move animations whenever possible.
さあ、キャロさんも無事ね、自販機回り。
Oh, cool! I actually found my timing document. I think.
使っちゃいましたけど、まあその後調べ自販機に
Did I actually is it? Oh no, this is my timing document for every single candy in the game, not my. This is not my Flamigo. Do I not have my Flamigo timings here?
Let me go back for the bottle cap now.
Yes, I do. So, wing attack is 3 seconds and 11 frames. Low kick is actually slightly slower with 3 seconds and 16 frames. Double kick, whereas acrobatics is about 3 seconds and 30 frames. Double kick is the slower one, which is 8 seconds and 11 frames. So, almost double the time just to use double kick. So again,
Unlucky.
when we can.
I'll fix it later. It's fine.
Let's hope we don't have to use it. It's like one of the main things. Halq is doing the detour of the bottle cap because not only I think he already knew that his attack stat was pretty pathetic, but I also told him, I also just, sent him a message being like, hey, here's your stats if you want to know, by the way. So what he's going to do, he's going to take a detour to Mesagoza to go get this one bottle cap, and then he's going to bottle cap his attack, which effectively makes his attack stat go from 0 to 1 to 31. So there's going to be a massive increase to his attack stat thanks to the bottle cap.
Yeah, perfect HP.
Yep, as I've confirmed with myself with the HP tracker, is you see the crown on the stat, that means it's perfect, and it seems to me that I'm still pretty good at tracking stats because there was my tracker says 31 HP, and it was 31 HP on the HP. 31 IV on the HP, I should say. Still gonna grab a few more candies. This is the movement that Carolio did earlier, but Halq has not done yet. Which is grabbing a few more EXP candies, grabbing that center, and then heading to the next gym. The next gym is going to be, well, the next gym building that we're going to do is Larry. Everyone's favorite NPC in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Although, if I'm not mistaken, Halq's doing my route. We might just enter the gym, but not actually fight him yet. Which I'll definitely explain that reasoning a little later. So, for now, we're just going to be moving along. We're going to do a very important jump. This jump, you can't actually get this rare candy unless you have high jump, which I should probably mention. When we beat the Earthworm Titan, we got the ability to high jump, which is very useful, very useful ability to have as we traverse through the game. Halq is also doing a thing where if you press ZL, the camera shifts closer to you. Sometimes when you're riding your ride, as you can see, the camera just sometimes struggles to catch up. But it does lock on to other Pokemon, so you have to be a little bit careful. That is a strat that we used to do in Switch 1, where we tried to do as much lag reduction as we can. Oh, I just noticed something. Halq forgot to do something very, very important. At least I think he forgot. It might have cut. So, if I'm not mistaken, so when you enter the third gym building, as long as it's not a gym that you've completed, Nemona will challenge you. So, I might have not seen the menu, and I might have been the menu, but you want to lose. So, as I mentioned before, you want to lose to Nemona. And I'm going to be completely honest with you, it is pretty hard to lose to Nemona when your Flamingo's level 53. So let's see, did I... Okay, no, never mind. I did... Okay, I must have not seen a menu when I was doing something. So, yeah, so Halq has put... thing, and yeah, we are trying to lose this fight as fast as we can. It's a common thing of Nemona. It's like, we are sending our sacrificial pig so that we can lose the fight as fast as we can. Do keep in mind that this Rockruff can troll, because while it does have Bite and Rock Throw, it also has Double Team and Howl. So half of its moveset doesn't have... is non-damaging, and Rock Throw can miss. I have seen Rock Throw miss. It is sad when Rock Throw misses.
Gym test.
You'd rather see Bite. Also, Halq was about to leave the gym, forgetting to activate the gym puzzle, so good thing you remind himself to do so. Yeah, typically, I always do the menu before entering the gym, because if you accidentally run into a Pokemon in this area and you only have a level 3 Lechonk, you can have the problem of being unable to run away. But yeah, so Halq is actually, if I'm not mistaken, going to do what I do, which is going to go into Medali, activate the gym puzzle, and just leave. We don't actually have to do this now. We're actually going to do this later. He's also going to be picking up an X attack X items are also in this game. We don't actually use nearly as many X items as other Pokemon games because, like I said, we are so high level that utilizing X items isn't really going to be helpful. But there are going to be situations where we do want that extra power, specifically for late game fights. But there's also one fight before we get to actually buy X items that we want the... Ooh, that was a bit of a oopsie on how climbing the ledge. That ledge can be a bit finicky, but thankfully it's not like the end of the world. Yeah, X items, for a cost of one of your turns, you can essentially increase your attack, defense, special defense, or speed by 2 stages. Effectively doubling our, well, at least for the first usage, doubling our attack stat effectively. This is going to be very helpful in some of the later fights where there's just like, even with our high level, they're just a bit too bulky. So we're going to take care of that. Halq now went to Cascarafa to, like similar to Medali, we went to the water gym to start... We went to the normal gym to start the gym puzzle, but we're not actually going to do it. Same thing with the water gym. We actually went to the water gym puzzle, went to the water gym to start the quote-unquote trial, which is just to give an old man his wallet. And then we actually have his wallet. We just stole this old man's wallet. We're just taking the scenic route to get to him, which involves going back to Mesagoza, going to get another rare candy, and then heading towards the next gym, which is going to be the bug gym. Meanwhile, Corelio is actually not doing what I dub the late Larry route. So, for Larry fans, we actually get to see Larry early. The whole thing of the Medali gym is that we are supposed to give a secret code to do the gym. Obviously, we know the secret code already. Because it's in Japanese, I just remember the inputs, which is 132. It's 1323. And then, yeah, so there is a bit of a route discrepancy between the two runners. Halq's doing the late Larry, whereas Corolio is doing the early Larry route. Which, late Larry is technically a bit faster in terms of move animations, but a bit slower when it comes to fly. It ends up being like about a second faster to delay Larry to a little bit later. But essentially, the main difference is that Corellia has to fight the Larry fight at level 56, whereas Halq will actually come back to here and fight this fight at level 73. But the main strategy is essentially the same. Both Corellia is essentially just going to be utilizing acrobatics to 1-hit KO everything. We are going to see a bit of a deficit of Flamigo being Tangled Feet here because the Staraptor does have the Intimidate ability, which does mean that if he goes for acrobatics, it might still be a range at -1. We'll see if it is a range. Obviously, you know, Corellia's attack stat is ludicrously high, so it might not be. But one of the items that also, let's just see the masterpiece that is the infamous olive roll and see how well Halq does it. Main job is simple. Guide this olive-shaped object to the other side. It is as jank as it looks. You know what? I give that a B. Not fantastic, but not terrible.
It
is as jank as you can think. Actually, the most important part is hopefully the game doesn't softlock after trying to load back the region. That is actually the most important part. Okay, good. But yeah, so as you saw in Corollia's time, because of the minus attack drop, does lose an extra turn to Staraptor using Aerial Ice. Thankfully, it didn't use a normal move, because if you use a normal move, you actually get extra text boxes because it matches the Terra type, and we don't like that, so, but it is pretty safe. The game Believe it or not, there were many times and many points, at least on Switch 1, they might have fixed it on Switch 2, but on Switch 1, the game can just soft lock for no reason. And I don't mean crash, like it's like the game closed due to an error. It's like you're just stuck on a black screen, and it's like, well, I guess the speedrun's over. But I believe most of these issues have been fixed on Switch 2. Some of the more infamous ones is that after Titan cutscenes, for some reason, the game just wouldn't load. After you finish a Titan and Arvin goes inside a cave, it just wouldn't load. I guess it's more of a hard lock instead of a soft lock. I guess it's more of a hard lock instead of a soft lock. Because it's like he's like resetting the game does fix it. Yes. Is that a problem? I was not paying attention to it. Can we just leave the thing and do something?
Seconds, you're fine.
ムクホークに4ターンぐらいかかってましたよ。
I was actually like not paying attention. It's like I just saw Karoli just like standing still. It's like did something happen there?
Yeah, I was looking at Hulk's side, and I just like hear the audience laughing, and I look over and I just see him standing there.
I mean, yeah, it's just like a few seconds, like not the end of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, again, we are going to be seeing a bit of a bit of a discrepancy here within the two runners. Like I said, because this is an open world game, you can do things in any order. And while there are some things that are in a set order, like, this next section being fight the bird, go get Kofu's wallet, go to Mezagoza, start the bug gym, fight the bird titan, fight the ground titan, fight, go to the middle, fight the dragon titan, do this whole west section of the map. Is it west? Yes, west section of the map, in one go. There are like some other things that I was like not necessarily like fine-tuned, like again, the early Larry versus late Larry debacle that we are doing. One thing that Hulk did pick up as he went into the bug gym, and something that we'll be seeing on Corio's side soon, is mints. So for those who might not know, this is again another new item introduced in Generation 8, is the fact that you can get yourself nature mints. So as I mentioned before, that both of our birds are neutral nature. Neutral nature just means that no stat is being buffed, but no stat is being nerfed. Natures will always buff a stat by 10%, but also decrease a stat by 10%. And one of the mints that we're about to pick up is the Adamant mint, which buffs our attack by 10% while reducing our special attack by 10%, which is going to be fantastic for Pokemon. Excuse me. Which is going to be fantastic for Pokemon whose attack stat is whose special attack stat we don't care about, but the attack stat that we do. We also way earlier picked up a Hasty Mint, which we are planning to switch to, which is a plus speed minus defense mint, which is going to be important for a fight in the endgame. But yes, it's kind of hard to say that I still think that Hulk is still in the lead from the last point where they were both equal, but now we're going to have this a bit of a discrepancy, but this discrepancy should fix itself by the time we fight the bug gym KT. The discrepancy should fix itself. So we might see someone is like, yeah, we'll see this discrepancy of like Hulk being like way ahead than he should be. Keep in mind that Corolio has fought a gym leader that Hulk has not fought yet.
I got a bottle cap. I'm very happy with my bird now. It's good enough.
Yeah, as we will continue. Also, we got the ability to high jump. We got the ability to run faster. We still have a couple of abilities, We have still... Actually, let's do a little bit of a guessing game. This is the Flying Titan. We have the ability to glide, to swim, and to climb walls. What ability do you think the Flying Titan gives us after we beat the Flying Titan? Any guesses in chat?
Put your guesses in chat.
If you guessed the ability to swim, you are correct.
一応早く転がせるように練習
Again, I don't make this
そ
up.
の時の運というか
It's like I do not know why the flying titan gives you the ability to swim. But sure, you know what? That's fine. Also, here comes the next dose of EXP candies that we're going to give to our Flamingo. So we're going to go all the way to level 57 and then use every rare candy to go all the way up to level 73.
長くプレイしていると
And this is actually where we're also Corolla doing the olive
これは
roll.
相当
Oh, that's actually really good. If I give Halka B, I'm going to give this one an A.
ありがとうございます。
完璧に近いようなオリーブ転がしでしたね。
Like, that is like an amazing olive roll. Like I saw some bits where it's like, bro, but that was amazing. Anyway, now we finally get to an actual difference between Scarlet version and Violet version. And that is the Ground Titan. So depending on which game you're playing, the Ground Titan is going to be a little bit different. If you're playing Scarlet version, you will see Great Tusk. And if you're playing Violet version, you will see Iron Treads. This is actually the first difference where it actually favors Violet version. As you will see here, Hulk has to run all the way across the desert just to go and fight this Great Tusk. And this Great Tusk is incredibly bulky. It has a lot of HP, a lot of defense, so much so that on phase 2, despite the fact that we are not only Adamant Mint, and also in Hulk's case now, perfect attack, we're not gonna, unless he gets a crit, we're not actually gonna one-hit KO this elephant. I guess I should have said, something along the lines of, the elephant in the room, but, I guess my opportunity has kind of been missed on that one. Whereas, in Violet version, we will fight Iron Trent, who not only has less HP, less defense, but we should also mention, low kick is actually more damage than acrobatics in this case, in terms of base power, purely because low kick is 120, whereas acrobatics is 110. So not only can you use a higher base power on Iron Treads has less HP and less defense, so much so that I'm pretty certain that Corollia will get this one-hit KO no problem on phase 2, and thus not only saving a turn that you see that Great Tusk does so much damage, but nope, not quite. And now we see Rapid Spin, which is one of the worst moves because he's gonna get a speed boost and do a slow animation, and then we see the Skull Villain using Scary Face, which then decreases the animation. The only thing that could have gone worse is, thankfully for halqery, before the fight starts, there was no Sandstorm, meaning he couldn't get 2 ticks of Sandstorm damage. But in Violet version, Corollia should be able to just click low kick and be completely fine.
めちゃくちゃ RT やってるけど、自分の場合だと多分2、3回ぐらい葉っぱがった見たの。
ですよね。ほとんど期待ができない。
Yeah, we're kind of doing like some of the Titan rushes right now. We're actually going to be finishing all of the Titans very soon. So this all goes. Oh, sorry, I just said. So the Flying Titan gives us the ability to swim, but it's the Ground Titan that give us the ability to glide. Let that make sense. I don't know why they decided to do that, but you know what? Sure. I guess it makes sense. To someone at Game Freak.
It's in some dimension, maybe. Maybe not ours.
I mean, it has to be ours. I mean, it has to be ours because they've been our. Anyway. Both going to make sense. I should mention the plot a little bit. Alvin is trying to get all these Herba Mystica because he's trying to, help revive his, help make his, boss death be better. Because apparently, as a child, he was neglected by his parents. Mom or dad, depending on which version, because they were too busy working, and so Apostle was pretty much his only family, and now he's just not feeling not feeling good, so we're trying to hope to get these server myths to hopefully make them robust to feel better, be better.
もう説明させていただこうと思うんですけれども、かなりここの2つのチャートが重要さとなっています。
I actually favorite outfit.
And the EXP candies I picked up.
I think the autumn outfit, I like many of the Blueberry Academy, but I guess it's like in the base game, the autumn outfit's probably one of my favorites.
時に84になるんですかね。
Was it autumn? Was it? I think it was. Is it actually no? The DLC outfits. The DLC, like the outfits that they give you when you have the DLC installed, but not like the DLC. Those have some great outfits, especially Violet. The autumn outfit is, I think, it's either the autumn outfit or the spring outfit, but it's the one in Violet where you have a pink jumper. That's my favorite. I forget which outfit that is. But that one's definitely my favorite. It's also not bad in Scarlet because I think that jump is like red. Which is neat. Anyway, even though we just gave a huge amount of candies to our Flamingo, we're still not done collecting candies, by the way. Hopefully this Flamingo doesn't have too much of a sugar rush later, but you know, we are still not done. We are still collecting a fair few more candies throughout this. But hey, remember the old man's wallet that we took? Yeah, now we're trying to give it back, but this, this trainer is like, no, not having it. A bit of an RNG here. This trainer can go for Aquajet. Kind of a pain if it does because it just loses time. But you know, aside from that, nothing else. And then we have to go and do an auction. So I'll try to explain like both of things. Like as I mentioned before, this is gonna be Flamingo. This is gonna be Iron Tread. So remember how halqery had to go all the way to the other side? Well, Iron Treads moves a lot faster, which is, you know, neat for us. And so we actually have to get Iron Treads on a cycle. Otherwise, we actually have to start chasing the thing. So there's the Metal Elephant. The only Iron Pokemon in this game that is actually a Steel type. Fun fact. All of the Iron Pokemon that we'll be seeing in the future are not Steel types, so fun. But as you can see, there comes the Metal Elephant, and we'll get him just on time for the cycle for the elephant to come to us, meaning we don't have to go across. And as we will see, hopefully in Phase 2, Corolio gets the 1 KO. As for halqery, we're about to do the auction. We are doing the auction in a very specific way. Kofu does give us 50,000 to try and buy the fish. Obviously, 50,000 is what we will need to get, but if we spend exactly 35,000, not only do we get the specific seaweed or fish or whatever the hell Kofu wants. I actually forget what he wants. But we also keep the rest of the money, which is going to be, again, important for later, when we have to buy proteins and carbos, and them costing like 10k each. And do believe me, we do buy a lot of things. So this is the extent of the late Larry route. Now that we have done with all that, we now are going. Now Hulk is going to choose to fight Larry now. Entering the passcode of what I just remember as 1323. Oh, sorry, 1232. I was wrong. I was spreading misinformation on the internet. How could I? Anyway, Iron Treads is dead. It's just one hit, and that's it. The fight's over. You not only do you save animation time from Iron Treads, you also save time from animation from like the Skull Villain. It's just great. Speaking of Skull Villain, who likes Mega Skull Villain? That's a cool Mega. From Legends ZA. I thought that was a neat. I like his bow. I like his neck. I like his kind of like necktie that he gets. So he's like gets, which is kind of funny. Anyway, Larry for halqery is going to be like 10 times simpler because he actually gets the advantage of the fact that he's so high level and his attack stat is like really good that he can just wing attack, I think, everything. Although he might not be able to wing attack the dunce boss, he should be able to wing attack pretty much everything else, which again saves time animation-wise. Which is what we like to do. It's the main reason why we do this quickly. So actually, the discrepancy is actually going to get fixed a lot sooner because after this, for halqery, if I'm not mistaken, you will go fight the worst Titan in the game. Purely because it is actually, unlike the rest of the fights where we get to be like, oh, we're just going to hit the one button and just, KO everything. The combination of Dondozo and Tatsugiri is relatively bulky, which, makes sense. It's supposed to be the final fight that you're supposed to do in the main story if you follow everything level-wise order, which, as you could probably tell, we are not doing that. We are not following the game in level order. We are just doing everything in the order that, well, that we can do it fast. Yeah. This is actually one of the longest, have to wait to use one move. I don't think this is actually the longest turn in Pokemon, though. If I'm not mistaken, the Indigo Disc has something really as a turn that takes actually forever because it's a double battle and you have to use double kick, which is the slowest move animation on a Dugtrio who has an ability which activates every time you hit it, but you have to use double kick because it has a focus sash. So it's just gonna be you use double kick 1, it's super effective. It has a focus sash, you lose speed, and then you use double kick, you do it again. It's definitely if you want to see it, just go to an Indigo Disc run or Mochi Mayhem run. Go to Amorous, and then you will then see one of the slowest turns in the game. It takes a while because of the animations turn. The animation said 1. Hopefully, Gen 10 allows us to actually turn it back off. Look, I don't mind the animation, but at the same time, it's it definitely increases the speedrun length artificially. And I do understand that, there is this, balance of oh, we want to use this move because it's a fast animation and we want to use this move because it's powerful, but at the same time it's Gen 9, that's fine, but what happened for one, I don't know why they took that option away from us. There has to be a reason. There has to be probably some gameplay reason as to why the animations could not be turned off, and also set mode had to be, because in fairness, we would actually have Fuecoco in our party probably the entire time. Well, at least a good chunk of the time if set mode wasn't a thing. Anyway, we're also now going there to pick up the second acrobatics TM. Yes. Before you ask, no, we cannot teach acrobatics twice to the same Pokemon and have 2 move slots for acrobatics. But nor that we would want to, because PP or power points is not an issue in this run. But we are actually planning to catch something else later, and we are planning to use acrobatics on that Pokemon. So if you want, take your guesses to be something else. But yeah, here comes Dozogiri. Phase 1, we have to beat up Dozo. It's the one type that actually takes a hit from our low kick. So, things. This is where the RNG can become a bit annoying. So, Dondozo has some kind of annoying moves. Body Slam and Water Pulse are definitely the 2 most annoying moves. Body Slam has a 30% chance to paralyze, and Water Pulse has a 20% chance to confuse. We do have healing items, but if we can help it, we really don't want to heal. But
どちらも
Okay, not the end of the world.
変化効果ですね。
Then we go chase the Dozogiri.
さあまた寿司のポケモンです。
And then we're gonna actually have a phase 2. Phase 2. No, sorry. We're gonna have a phase 2. That's normal. I should probably mention that every Titan's phase 2 buff is different. So Cloth gets a 1.5, if I'm not mistaken. Cloth gets a 2x boost to its HP.
寿司があって。
So does Orthworm. So I believe does no. Cloth and Great Tusk and Iron Treads get a 2x buff to their HP. So does Dozo. Bombardier gets the worst buff with just a 20% buff. If I remember correctly, something gets a 50% buff, but I forget which one. Dozo gets a 20%, gets a 2x buff. And then Tatsugiri gets a 3. Actually, I probably should just go to the PSL Discord to actually find out what they're doing.
よく見た光景。
先に尻尾を振るであれば倒せてたと思うんですけれども、今回はうまくいかず。
どのタイミングで攻撃してくれるかとか。あとは突進というのが技の命中が 100% ではないので。
Hold on. Where is it?
Are we in sync now?
Darby any? Or is it Darby?
思ったら N ショットが実はこっちだった。
Here it is. Perfect. So Cloth gets a 2x hit boost to its HP. Bombardier gets a 1.2x. Orphan gets a 1.5. Both of the Ground Titans get a 2x boost. Dozo gets a 1.5, and Tatsugiri gets a 3x boost. This fight can be a bit RNG depending on like what moves and ability, what moves these Pokemon choose. It seems to me that Dozo was fine. Well, Dozo and Giri were fine for halqery, but we really don't want to see Icy win because it's just a really slow move. Thankfully, halqery has, and now you can see like just how much closer these runs are. Like Curly is just like one-ish fight behind from Halq. We would really like to see from the Greedent the Leer or Tail Whip, but because of like Corolio's super high level here and really good attack stat, we managed to actually get the 2 KO on Dozo, which I don't believe Halq got. Halq only got the 3 KO, which is typically the standard fight. Again, the Giri can be a bit annoying because we really just don't want to see Icy win. We'd rather see Taunt or Dragon Pulse. But sadly, we did Money Water's fine, but we did get the accuracy drop, so that could be potentially a problem if Flamingo chooses to not lock in the miss. But thankfully, Flamingo decided to lock in and not.
まあ先ほどカラミンゴ
And actually hit.
耐久力あんまり関係ないよって話ありましたけど、ここだけはねちょっと欲しいなっていうシーンありますよね。そうですね。まあ欲しいなって思うときは。
Yeah, now both of our runners are now
普通だったらいらないですけどね。
濁流の命中だ。
pretty much neck and neck with each other. It was like one fight and a couple of text boxes apart.
一旦分生き残って攻撃することができる
Going to the final part of the
まあでもそうなってる時点でやばい
mid game and also close to reaching the 2-hour mark. So, you know, I hope everyone's having a wonderful first 2 hours of this speedrun because we still have another 2:45 to go, or almost 3 hours to go after this. And yes, we have now completed all 5 Titans. So all 5 of the Titans have now been finished, which does actually mean that we unlock the end game for the Path of Legends portion of the run. I'm just gonna say it right now. If you're expecting like us to do the final fight for this, you're gonna be waiting a while. Like a very long while.
スパイスで移動能力が上がるということで、まあね、
But we have like what? So we've done all 5 of the Titan badges. We also have done we've done Iono, Brassius, Larry. So we have 8 of our 18 badges.
レジェンドルートとスターダストストリートあるんですけど、まあいろいろ倒しながら回ってますけど、まあ、基本的には
It's gonna be we're gonna be we're waiting a while if you're here for the conclusion to Arvin's storyline in this portion. Next up will be Kofu. Since we've already done the task, we're now going to be doing a bit of a gym leader rush. So now that we've done all the Titans and pretty much grabbed almost every relevant flight point, it's effectively time for us to do the gym leader rush. Halq's already done, so it's essentially Kofu, KT, Nimona, Kofu, KT, Tulip, and also Grusha all pretty much back to back to back. With Kofu and KT, we've already done their gym trial, so we don't have to do anything. Also, one of the main reasons as to why we want to fight Tatsugiri first. Tatsugiri gives us the ability to wall climb. Climbing this wall saves 10 seconds overtaking the elevator. The only RNG aspect of this fight is, as Halq said, please don't start, is the fact that there can be a sandstorm when the fight starts, and if that happens, you will lose 8 seconds. So there is actually nothing that you can do. We just have to hope that there isn't a sandstorm when Halq starts. So when either of these players get to go, there's actually nothing that you can do about it, but there's just like how the weather works is that, if I'm not mistaken, between every 2 to 5 minutes, every 2 to 5 minutes, the weather can change. It doesn't mean it will. It just means it can change because it can also just roll over the next weather. So we just have to hope that for Halq, it still remains sunny before it becomes sandstorm, or the other way around, where sometimes the sandstorm starts and then it's like Halq just has to go through these text boxes as fast as he possibly can, and, you know, just like mash as fast as you can. The hope, although I don't think he's actually mashing, I think he's just using double turbo, but you know, hopefully go fast as can before the fight starts. And we essentially don't lose 8 seconds for no reason. Well, essentially because the weather hates you. So for halqery, fight starts now when the camera changes like that. So no sandstorm. Let's see if Corolio is also just as lucky as Halq. Probably don't have to explain much about this fight. Just spam wing attack and you're fine. And that's it, the fight's over.
イベント的になんかこうハイダイがバトル始めようとするのを住民が止めるみたいな展開ありますけど、本当にやめてくれって思いながら。
Yeah. So hopefully Corolio doesn't also not get sandstorm. Yeah, this race is getting a little tighter. There are opportunities later on where the run can get worse. Well, can get, like, you know, where RNG dictates some of it, specifically before the fighting base, as well as the bases themselves can be a bit RNG. So there's still an opportunity for Corolio to catch up. Not to mention in the end game as well. It does favor Violet. So there's still opportunities for one to catch up over the other. Thankfully for Corolio, there is no sandstorm. We can avoid Mr. Darude himself. Also, yes, Walk Trio does reduce our speed because of the wing attack. It does not matter. Like, because of our stupidly high level, we are so much faster. It ain't even funny.
It's rufflet time.
ここまでですね、ジム攻略順、2人でちょっと違ったりしたんですけども、どんなチャートを使っていても5番目に訪れるジムは大体みんな同じ。
5番目、6番目はずれることないですよね。
そうですよね。
Now we get to, so I've already mentioned before, like you might have noticed, you know, we have Fuecoco. We had Fuecoco, right? Corolio chose to evolve it into Crocodile, as well as the fact that, you know, Hulk also caught a Rufflet. What are they for? Well, it's time for us to explain exactly why they are here. So, it might be interesting to see that for the next gym, we are not using our Flamigo. Which is kind of crazy to think about because, like, you know, you see Katie, you see the fact that she's a bug gym leader. We have a fighting flying type. Why not just use Flamigo? Well, it's time for us to talk about Nemona and her rival. So we've already seen her fight before, but how it works is that Nemona will choose to fight us at very specific points. The first time that she fights us is just before we entered the third gym that we didn't beat. So if you remember, So if you remember from way earlier, Nemona fought us in front of Larry's gym. The third time that she will fight us, so that was Nemona 3. Nemona 5 will fight us on the same conditions, but when we enter the 7th gym building. But what about Nemona 4? So Nemona 4 is interesting because she will fight you after you finish a fight. After you finish the 5th gym leader. Whatever your 5th gym leader is, she will fight you and she will not take no for an answer. So, and of course, we want to lose as fast as we can, right? But it's kind of hard to lose when our Flamigo is level 70 and her team is probably going to be level 30, like in her level 30, in her 30s, right? It's going to take a while for our Flamigo to lose that fight. So we need to find a gym that is convenient for us to not only be able to win the fight quickly, but then immediately afterwards lose to the rival fight. And conveniently, Katie being the first gym leader is actually the perfect target for this. So we bring up the Rufflet or the Crocodile, and you know the Rufflet and the Crocodile are strong enough to take care of the entirety of Katie's gym. Because they're like level 20-ish, and the entirety of Katie's team is like level 15, level 16. But then, immediately afterwards, we will then be weak enough to then lose to Nemona immediately afterwards. And that is the main reason why we have Crocodile and 4 Rufflet. It is essentially the Pokemon that is like good enough to beat the entirety of the gym in one go, and then slow enough to then bad enough to then lose to Nemona. Because like I said, we do not want to fight Nemona because we do not want to see the terrestrialization animation or really anything else that Nemona wants to do. So we will just we want to make sure that we can just lose this fight. It's like it's one of the weird times where it's like we actually can't use the most broken Pokemon available because we actually have to plan how we're going to lose this. And this is exactly how. That's pretty much Crocodile's and or Rufflet's main time to shine. So, we just beat the gym, but oh hey, Nemona wants to challenge us, you know. Look, here's the champion of the region. It's like, you want to fight? No, I'm not taking no for an answer because I'm obsessive and I want to fight.
なんかそんな話をしている間にネモやってきて、なんかあれ
And yeah, so that's that. I actually like that little bit of routing. It's like, yeah, we can't. Yeah, we actually have to think about using something else, and this is what we choose to use.
少しポケモンが疲れているので、回復をしてくれました。ありがとうございます。本当に。
So yeah, that's gonna be pretty simple. And then we have a little bit more movement to do after this. So this is also one of the main reasons why we want to do the Titans as early as possible. Because after we fight the Bug Gym, we're gonna head straight to the Psychic Gym. And the Psychic Gym, how you get there if you don't have Rock Climb is you have to like take this really long winding path.
No!
Oh no! Halqery died! Anyway.
Good try.
Yeah, good. Yes, Halqery. Yep. It was a good try. It was a good effort from the Rufflet. Like, Rufflet really tried their hardest to, you know, win the fight. Hopefully Crocodile does it better.
さっきのね、ハルカリーが使ってたもうホゲータアチゲータとはもう強さの差が一目瞭然。ここまで活躍してましたからね。
Let's see. Also, we should probably thank Gita for giving us effectively 40k in TMs.
でもやばい。今回もこっちもルガルガンか。
うわ
Probably like a very important resource to have if you're like building competitive teams that have Terra Blast. We don't care. We just want. Also, I should probably mention there was actually a little bit of RNG in the fight for Corolio. So random weather can also affect the gym leader fights, and Corolio got lucky that he didn't get rain earlier during the KD fight. Otherwise, yeah. Those fire type attacks would actually be dealing less damage. It is purely RNG if you get rain there, by the way. Similar to how you can get Sandstorm in Kofu's gym, but thankfully that didn't happen. Well, the rain did happen, but only afterwards. Halqery's gonna go grab a few more candies. Yes, we're not done. Trust me, we'll be soon done with the rare candies and EXP candies. But we are collecting the final few before we then shove it all to Flamingo one more time. But yeah, we're just now climbing. Instead of going through the long winding path, we're just going to climb up this wall. And the advantage of climbing up this wall is the fact that we can go here and grab ourselves an EXP Candy Lodge. EXP candies do lose their value a little bit when you get to the higher levels. But we still have some EXP candy math that we can use to make sure that we get to level 100. Not level 100. We don't get to level. Well, at least in my route, it'll be level 79 in a bit. But I do know that these runners are going for a little bit more candies just to make sure that the end game goes as fine as possible. You know, marathon safety and all that. Also, it's like, speaking of EXP, like the professor actually gives us the EXP, the lucky egg, which in other speedruns would be the holy grail of items because, you know, 50% extra EXP. Why wouldn't you want it? But we don't care. But it's like we have to then use it as an held item, and the whole point of Flamingo is that it doesn't have a held item because acrobatics is a super powerful move, so we don't really want to use it. Anyway, who wants to do some exercise? Because that's what this gym puzzle is. It's a Mario Party mini game, except we only have to get 2 right in the first round and 5 right in the second round. So. Alright, everyone, time to go. Go up, right. Everyone stand up, get your stretches in, it's time for the emotional spectrum exercise. Let's see if Halq does the funny thing. So, because of this game's much faster FPS, you can do something really, really funny, whereas if he turbos like one of the options... Oh, he's not going to show it? There it is! You can just like spam the same emotion and the character's just gonna go wild.
Next time.
Controller の故障ですかね。
Yeah, it's Yeah, bye.
Like, it is genuinely like the funniest thing, purely because of the FPS, purely because of the like 60 FPS. It's like you can just input so many of those things at the same time, and it just goes like turbo fast. Anyway, a little bit of RNG. Fun fact about these trainers: these are the only trainers in the entire game whose natures are also random. Not going to affect us in this category, but can affect us in a different category. Hopefully, there is a bit of a time loss here. You can get sometimes 50-50 chance if this player has race. Which it as you can see on a Kuromiya's screen, like just look how much dancing the NPC can do just because of the 60 FPS. It is really funny.
I'm gonna try a little bit harder this time.
Let's see if Al's gonna do the same thing again. It's like he did say he's gonna try a little bit harder this time, so let's see about that. Again, for the emotional spectrum, you just need to get 2 correct on the first round, and you need to get 5 correct on the second round. Then after that, you want to put down the controller, and essentially you don't want to answer correctly, because anytime you do, it's still funny every time I see it. But every time you get something correct, you actually just stops the timer, so we don't actually want to get any more correct.
I
can't read it.
Yep, yeah, he doesn't know what to do. He's like, he can't read it, so he's not gonna do anything. Obviously, you know, it's actually kind of just not do anymore after you need to do the minimum, because it is just time loss. Also, if you do fail one of the emotional spectrums, you do have to do both of them again, so do actually get the correct amount, otherwise massive time loss. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think we'll be seeing any more of the FPS dances. Hopefully, we can only do it one more time. Yeah, but like, if you want to see the most night and day difference in terms of like Switch 1 to Switch 2 performance,
we failed.
Just put this mini game, you put them side to side, and it's like, holy, like the difference is actually like something else. It's the most different difference you will ever see on Switch, between Switch and Switch 2. Is like, just put these two next to each other. Anyway, like, this trainer fight, not much to say. We wing attack, we win. The next, the gym fight in of itself, the only small difference is that depending on how good your attack stat is, and also your level as well, there are some like faster strats that you can do on like save a couple of frames here and there on wing attacking some Pokemon versus acrobatics thing. I think probably because it's a marathon, I think I wouldn't even be surprised if both of these runners just pick, I'm just gonna click acrobatics and just have fun. It's like, I don't care, because like, yeah, acrobatics just one hit KOs everything, but it's like, you know, if you want to save, what's it, how many frames again? If you want to save 19 frames, you want to use wing attack. But it's like, if you don't care about those 19 frames, then you can just use Also, another thing I think people don't notice, that the reason why I want to say you want to try and avoid super effective and not very effective text is actually the fact that every move that is super effective or not very effective, that's actually relatively fast, actually ends up being 4 seconds and 20 frames long. And yes, I know, 420, I know, but it's like, it just conveniently, that's like the amount of seconds and frames it takes for any super effective move, except for moves that are really slow, then they take extra time anyway.
殺到飛行タイプって結構強くてですね、まあ先ほどちょっと触れたんですけども、
And wing attack, yeah, you can wing attack as power up, but you must acrobatics.
すごいもね、
You always must acrobatics the floor just because every Pokemon has, so every single important battle, with like few exceptions, have every Pokemon whose IVs are 20 in every stat and neutral nature, but their ace will always have 25 IVs
他の作品だと
in all of their stats
ルチャブルが活躍したりね、
plus 252 HP EV investment, which EVs, for those who don't know, is the stat. So IVs are the stats that you're born with,
ダブルチャートはね、
can't really change unless with bottle caps. EVs is the stats that you can train. So every single ace Pokemon is trained to have maximum
高く
HP
てこちらの言うことを聞いてくれません。言うこと聞いてくれないルチャブに言うことを聞かせて攻略するっていう、ちょっと無茶
Yeah,
な
that is Katie in the sun. Not Katie.
これが
Tulip
定着すると
in the sun. In the sunset. Actually, that's like a really nice backdrop.
ということです
I forget like it's like if you do this run timing well, it's like you'll get the sunset when fighting Tulip.
まあ手を出しやすくな
But
る。
as you know, time and day can be changed, but because we've not restarted the game since the beginning, it is still on the same cycle as it was at the very beginning, which essentially just means that you actually can tell how fast or slow you are simply by the time of day, which is kind of an interesting thing to note.
一度言うことを聞く状態で、自分の
But I remember it's supposed to be sunset because should be nighttime by the time you go ahead and start the ice gym. So we had exercise, you know, yoga, well, technically yoga class. Now it's time for some skiing.
すごいじゃないです。
すごいじゃない？
グリトン。
Before that, yeah, Hulk remembers that he has to do a little bit of party management. Hopefully, Lechonk can pull through.
さあジムテストの方は言う。
Well, that, yeah. So we started the gym trial a long time ago. That way, it's just the more optimal just to talk to this guy and then go back inside the gym. This is alpine skiing. Simply put, reach the bottom within the time limit. But every time you miss a gate,
滑りながら
you get a penalty of 5 seconds.
早くクリアしていきましょう。
Trust me, 1 minute 30 is pretty
そうっ
generous,
すね。
and we are just gonna go as much forward as we can.
さあこの
Essentially, we don't want to do too much turning because, as you can see, Koraidon slows down when they turn, but as long as we can go straight down, we'll be, you know, pretty fine. Like I said, 1 minute 30. Just see how many gates we're missing.
こっちのタイムアタック
And it's like,
リアルタイム
yeah,
アタックの方なので
we're completely fine
タ
on
イ
the
ムが
clock.
加算されても、制限時間内にクリアできれば関係はないと。
Like, there's like so many gates that we missed, but it's like, yeah, it's fine. The game gave us a lenient amount of time to go down. So now that we've done that, we're going to go into the gym. And this is, again, Nimona 5, where she'll now ambush us one final time, being like, hey, let's fight now. You can't say no. Because I really want to fight.
まあ、グルトン1匹ですけど、まあ、さすがに今度こそ
Kato-san's missing as well.
やばいやばいやばいやばい。
It's like,
降参
wow, this is probably, I mean, if you show this to a professional skier, they'll be like, wow, this is the worst skiing I've ever seen. Worst alpine skiing I've ever seen in my entire life. But, you know, we don't care about professional skiers' opinions here. We just want to go fast. And going fast means probably missing gates just so that we can go down.
じゃ勝てなかったけど
Anyway, Lechonk,
頑張れ、グリトン。
let's do this, buddy. You can win. I know you can.
行きましょう。
あーグルトン
No.
Say another.
All right. For those who do not like seeing Lechonk get sacrificed like this, I have good news. This will be the last time we will see Lechonk do this. Which does mean that this is the last time we will be seeing Lechonk, period.
That's very important to not forget to switch.
But as Halk mentioned, yes, it is very important not to forget to switch here, as we have, you know, you have like this very small amount of time to switch back into your Flamingo before we actually fight the Ice Gym. Yes, some of us may have forgotten to do this before this gym, and we send out against Grusha. Send out against Grusha, Elechong, and like, uh-oh. Well, I guess I just lose now.
Can't beat priority moves.
Yes. Thankfully, this is the Ice Gym, which you know what that means. We have a fighting type. Yes, we do also have a flying type, but I mentioned the fighting type first because, like, it's gonna be mostly free. The only annoying Pokemon, actually, is the Altaria. Because while we can low kick most things, or just wing it and wing attack the Frostmoth, Altaria is a bird, and as we have mentioned earlier, birds pretty much weigh nothing, especially if it's a bird based off a cloud, then it definitely weighs nothing. So if we really need to, we really would like to avoid double kicking the Altaria, but depending on our level and our attack stat, sometimes we don't get that privilege. But thankfully, I do believe that for both of our runners, they get to skip doing they get to not have to do that. I also believe that maybe one of our runners might also wing attack both the Beartic and the Setitan. Okay, no. Yeah, so we wing attack the first thing because, you know, Frostmoth just gets annihilated, and then we acrobatics the other two, and then hopefully acrobatics the Altaria and hit the range. They should not be a range for both of our Flamingos, because Corolio's attack is 28, and because of the ball cap, halqery's attack is 31. So, should not be much of an issue for both of our runners. And then, as I mentioned, we're doing the Gym Rush. This is now Gym 7, but we're not going to do Gym 8 quite yet. Now we get to actually do the storyline, which we decide to ignore the entire time until now, which is the Starfall Street storyline. So, the gimmick of the Starfall Street is that we do actually want to bring in 3 Pokemon with us. You have to bring 3 Pokemon with us to essentially do like a boss raid on a base. And essentially, if you remember the stop and go, the like send out the Pokemon against the wild battle feature that we mentioned like way earlier, this is where that gimmick kind of gets explored a little bit more, where we have to send out a Pokemon against other Pokemon and just do like auto fights. So, but we need to bring 3 Pokemon, and while our Flamingo is perfectly capable of handling it by itself, our other contenders aren't exactly gonna do it well, gonna do these fights well. So what we're gonna be doing is we're gonna be catching some new friends. And what I mean by new friends, I mean we're gonna be catching more fighting flying types. Although not the fighting flying type we are currently using. We are actually going to be catching some Haluchas. Everyone's other favorite fighting bird. And Halucha is here for kind of like support. So we can catch anything, but we do actually, if you remember, we did pick up another acrobatics TM. That's the Pokemon that we plan to use it on. Hopefully Halucha spawns for both of our players. However, if that doesn't happen, there is a backup plan. The backup plan is called Cypher. Oh yeah. halqery did do the thing where he baited the Halucha to go for the roar, and then chuck the quick ball, and then be able to backstrike it, which now means that this quick ball is 100% guaranteed to catch. There is another Halucha down there that he could go for if he wanted the second one. Having 2 Haluchas is definitely faster for the bases, but it isn't required. You are required at least either 1 Halucha, or if you want to go for the backup, you go for the Cypher backup. But yeah, halqery able to successfully catch both Haluchas. Let's see what Corolio chooses. Corolio immediately gets one. Chooses not to backstrike. So by choosing not to backstrike, you are risking a 70%. You're only getting a 70% chance to catch, meaning there is a 30% chance that it does break out. Thankfully for Corolio, he does not get the 30%. So he can also go for the one back there as well. So at least for Corolio, the Halucha spawns is a little nicer compared to Halq's Halucha spawns.
不意をつかない場合ですと、まあ、大体70%。
Oh, did it get the backstrike? It did not get. Oh, it did get the backstrike. Cool. So this next one is going to be guaranteed as well. So both runners getting themselves a Halucha. Oh, double Halucha, which is going to make the Starfall bases a lot faster. There were plenty of Haluchas for both of our runners afterwards, but yeah, we only need 2 because we only bring 3 Pokemon into it, and it also means that we don't actually have to go into our PC and adjust things. So after we activate this cutscene, there'll be one more EXP candy, the final EXP candy, and then we're going to give them all to Flamigo. Flamigo is essentially going to be, if I had to guess, level 79 or 80 for Halq, and then I think 83 for Corolio, if I am not mistaken. And then we are going to teach acrobatics to a Pokemon. I will be interested to see if either of these Pokemon checks that what level the Haluchas are, because you'd rather teach acrobatics to the higher level Halucha. We'll explain why, but essentially the final gym is a double battle. And while Flamigo is great, it can only target one Pokemon, so we need something like, you know, powerful enough to take care of the other Pokemon, and we do want to get it. Halq did get unlucky and get both. Ooh, that's a plus attack Halucha. So 49 is the lowest level Halucha that you can get. But yeah, so Halq's going for level 81. It's definitely a bit higher than normal. The route now only goes up to level 79, but I'm assuming these candy counts are more specifically to, you know, play it safe for the end game. But the Halucha is plus attack, so I do believe that Halucha will be guaranteed to knock out the one Pokemon that it needs to. Corolio did get a bit lucky and did actually get a level 52 Halucha, so it is more likely. I did not check the nature, but but being level 52 is actually a lot better than being level 49. But thankfully, Halq's 49 Halucha is like pretty good. I can probably check for how likely that Halucha is going to get the range, but yeah. So you're going to see now the reason why the majority of the game we only have one Pokemon. Like I said, because set mode is for some reason not an option that we can enable every time the game wants to be like, hey, this Pokemon's coming next. You want to switch? We're like, no. No thanks. So, and it loses like about 3-ish seconds every single time. So that's the main reason why we want to keep it with one Pokemon. So the only true time losses will be this grunt fight and another grunt fight that we will do that will ask us for whether or not we want to switch. But technically speaking, any fight inside the base, we will be not losing time. Because, you know, we are required to have 3 Pokemon. Yeah, so now the main gimmick of the bases is probably a good time to explain. We have to beat. Also, that was a very close encounter for halqery, but thankfully, if you just hold forward and mash the A button, you will never get any encounters. The main gimmick of the bases. You have to beat them all. You have 10 minutes to beat 30 Pokemon. Trust me when I say that 10-minute timer is extremely generous. So the main way we want to do this quickly is, as you can see Halq doing, well, somewhat successfully, is the fact that he's oh hi boys. He's essentially doing the stop and go technique, which is again sending out the Pokemon, which is let go of the control stick, send out the Pokemon, get the control stick back. And so we'll continue this. There is a bit of an unlucky thing that can happen with your Haluchas, which is that how these fights get calculated is a bit interesting because there's a lot of weird math involved, but essentially you really would like to not send these Haluchas out against ice types if you can help. Ice types, psychic types, if you can help it, but sometimes you just can't help it. You just have to accept the fact that Halucha is going to take a big amount of damage. There's like very much a complication. You can use the vending machines to heal, but ideally you don't want to use any of the vending machines to heal at all. Halq is able to do this in 840, 839, 838, 837 is not too bad. This is the longest stop and go is. This is the longest the base that you have to do. Of the other bases, we'll be doing it in less than a minute. So, Halq was 837. I actually think that this might be better for Corolio. Yeah, 842. So, Corolio does save time. It is a bit of RNG as to how these spawns work, and also what spawn. There's RNG of what spawns are they, how many of them, and yeah, that's pretty much the main two RNG. And now we get to actually fight the what I like to call the Starmobile bosses. The Starmobile bosses. This is actually going to be the first fight that we are going to be seeing an X item. So as I mentioned before, X attacks are pretty powerful items. We're not going to be seeing it here, but once we see the Lucario, we'll be at least seeing it from Halq's side, I believe, setting up one X attack to essentially double its attack stat. Because the reason why is that after you fight all of these regular Pokemon, you have to fight the car itself. And the car has ridiculous stat, or at least when it comes to its HP stat, it is absolutely ridiculous. Like, this car at level 55 has 480 HP. To put it into perspective, not even a Blissey with max HP investment at that level comes close to the amount of HP that these cars have. So, actually, we're going to be seeing a bit of an interesting gamble that Corolio is doing. So, halqery is doing the X attack, which means that he is guaranteed to knock out the car in one hit with the acrobatics. Corolio is not. Even at level 85, this is not a guaranteed range to kill. It'll be interesting to see if he gets the range, because if he does get the range, he actually makes up a lot of the time back from halqery's one turn of X attack. He does! So because of this, not only does Corolio skip the X attack animation, but he also skips the text boxes for getting hit. So now, Corolio is now pretty much breathing behind Halq's neck when it comes to how close this is. And this is now the point of RNG where if you get bad spawns, or for some reason Flamigo and Halucha don't want to target things in the bases, this is where Corolio can catch up. And keep in mind, Corolio does have a fly point that halqery does not, which means that halqery is going to lose a little bit of time heading to the poison base, whereas Corolio will not lose that time. So this race is getting very, very close. Like, very, like, what's the difference? Let's see when the star goes out. Star goes out for how 36. 43. So, 7 seconds is the difference between both halqery and Corolio right now. Which, you know, for a game that is 4 hours, you know, almost 5 hours long, that is, that's impressive. Despite the ups and downs from both of our runners at different points. Like I said, we're only 2 hours, 40 minutes in. There's still 2 hours of speedrun to go. So, it is still anyone's race. And I can think of many things that can happen that can swing the race from one person's to another person's favor. Speaking of things that can swing a race, remember the poison base that Corolio got that Halk didn't? Which does technically save time? Yeah, Corolio is now ahead.
Oh.
So him hitting the range on the fighting car acrobatics plus now makes him, and plus the extra fly point that he got way earlier that Hulk didn't. Now the race differential is set, and now Hulk's okay. So there is something really funny about him getting rain in the poison base. So we have a little name for this area in Switch 1. We call it Lag Tree Thicket because it's Lag Tree Thicket, but this place lags so much on Switch 1 that a PowerPoint slide runs faster than this game. And it actually is the case. It's written on the notes that if it ever, in Switch 1, if it ever rains in the poison base, you leave immediately. Because if you try and do this area when it was raining on Switch 1, it would literally be a PowerPoint presentation. Like, straight up. But thankfully, we have superior hardware, so we don't have to worry about that. Yay! Thank you, Switch 2, for being powerful enough to actually run this game. Yeah, now we're just gonna, you know, we deal with this trainer. This is kind of the base where it can kind of be a little bit annoying for the spawns. It'll be interesting to see what kind of routes each of the runners use. Because some of these runners, because it's like, there are different ways that you can tackle the bases. So it'll be interesting to see like what pathways each of our runners choose to take. Again, our main goal is simple. Beat up 30 Pokemon, challenge the raid star boss, win. And thankfully, like because these bases were meant to do way earlier, we're just kind of flexing our level 80 Flamigo and kind of like just like, you know how you have those like plastic Lego, those plastic Flamigo figures? Yeah, we're just grabbing those and we're just hitting the other Pokemon in their faces with it. So that's kind of like what we're doing. Like just picture that in your head, and that is what we're doing right now to all these trainers. So, okay, so I think they're both taking the same pathway, which is you run forward first, and then you fight a few, and then you make the pivot to the left. Sorry, to the right, yeah. So you make the pivot to the right. You basically just fight all the Pokemon in the central area as much as you can. It's actually also a thing to mention that in Switch 1, it was actually very, very important to make sure you end in a specific spot. Otherwise, the game would take, for some reason, like 13 more seconds to load than it would normally do. For some reason. Thankfully, that thing is gone on the Switch too, as well. Yeah, right now I think Hulk is like struggling a little bit. So, Curlio 853, Hulk 856. So Hulk had a slightly better poison base than Curlio did.
雨が降っていただけで15秒ロスとかもざらにありましたね。
かなりひどかったですね、ここは。
Atticus, not really much of an issue. You wing attack everything except the regular Rever Room when you use low kick and then you acrobatics the right of the poison ball.
スイッチではお祈りポイントでした。
Like I said, yeah, it's like these Pokemon have ridiculous stats for the levels that they are. So one of the main reasons why we just we make sure that these are the last things we ever do is so that we can just one-hit KO all the cards without any problems. The only other card that could potentially be an issue is going to be the last one we do, which is the fairy one. That one can be a bit annoying. But yeah, none of these Pokemon are like, even if we like, oh no, we accidentally used the wrong move, the only thing you're going to be losing a lot is time. It's not like, oh no, I accidentally low kicked the wrong thing. Oh no, it's like you don't lose your run, which is at least nice. But yeah, you want to try and save as much time, especially the fact that these two are neck and neck with each other. Like, continuing this on, they will actually be like low-key sub 450 pace if they actually like continue this. Considering the fact the world record I believe is like a 445, I think. That's like really impressive for both of these runners. Like, I should probably mention, if I'm not mistaken, I'm gonna go to the Japanese leaderboards for this game. How I know as of right now, as of as of SRC right now, I don't think Curlio has uploaded his PB, but I'm pretty certain that he has at least a better PB than the 449 that he has on SRC. halqery is second place right now with a 446 on the leaderboards, and the commentator, which is one of the commentators, which is actually Kagaroon, is actually the world record holder for this category. For Japanese any percent, who got the world record as of 8 days ago. And from what I've heard, he recently just got his Nintendo Switch 2, so that's why he only got the record now. I was trying to see if I can find Curlio's actual PB, because I'm pretty certain that he has a better PB than his submitted time at SLC. Like, we all know, like, that one person who doesn't submit their runs to SLC, and so they actually have a better time than what SLC actually states. Let's see. Not you, not you. Oh, okay, I guess that is his PB. So if this one finishes, he could actually get himself like a new PB. I think. Let me just double check. I mean, it's not like there's anything else happening, as cutscenes and all. Oh, okay, so Curlio's PB is a 448.02. A bit better than his SRC submitted time. And if I'm not mistaken, I still believe that is 4th on the leaderboards. You know, so these are two extremely well-talented runners giving you a fantastic showcase.
動いたって多分なりますけど、2分半はね、多分諦める人い
ちょ
ますよね。
っと長すぎますね。
So who knows? It's like if it's better than a 4:48.02 for Carolio, then this is definitely going to be a personal best
ここもロード長いとこだ。
for him, which also means that if it's like, you know, better than a 4:47.56, then it means I'm now, well, we'll no longer be top 3.
めちゃくちゃ見応えあっていいと思うんですけど。
I guess we'll just take that L.
今のところ本当にビビたる査定キャドさんの方が
Moving over. Again, this fight, not particularly.
そうですね。1
Again, many of these fights, because, again, we were supposed to come here when there's like level 20, and it's like, yeah, no, we have just this level 80 Flamigo. And so these next couple of fights are not going to be particularly exciting, per se. Don't worry, the level gap is not going to be nearly as dumb when we get to the end game. We're still going to have like a 20 plus level gap when we get there, but it's not as crazy as right now, which is a, you know, 60 level gap. So like literally we can just, I'm pretty sure like Flamigo can just breathe on the opponent's Pokemon and they'll just get knocked out immediately, but we do apparently have to use an attacking move, so we'll just, you know, chuck our wings at it. Chuck our wings at these Pokemon. Firebase is now next. There is a bit of a route here. We want to, you know, start with the first 3 areas of Poke in front of us. It'll be interesting to see which direction each of our runners choose to go. Will they choose to go left or will they choose to go right in the fork in the road up ahead? So, Carolio chooses to go left, and halqery can also choose to go right. There is a strat that you can do, which you start left, but then go right on this fork. And you can get a few more Pokemon along the way, but I guess both of our runners chose to go the same direction.
ここの勝ち込みは結構、ポケモンの出現する場所に距離があるので、ルチャブルの機動力を生かして、
So,
から出すことによって、
gonna go through there.
タイム短縮を図っていま
Let's
す。
see. If you get like a really disgusting run, you can actually like finish this like with like 9, 10, 9, 11 max. 906 for Carolio, 905 for Hulk. So slightly better on Carolio's side than it is on Hulk's side.
問題ないですけど、これアチゲータ使ってるとね、襲名とかこの辺りでなんか差が出る。
As for the Fire Gym, we get the Fire Gym. Fire Base, we get
出てくる
Mela and her ridiculously
決まってるんですけ
proportionate
ど、
sized
配置なん
boots.
かはねランダムなので、アチゲータを使ってる場合は、こ
How
こ
does
は
anyone walk in those boots?
ド
I
ンベ
will
ルが
never
多
know.
く出現してしまうとちょっと厄介な相手になります。
They're very fashionable. What can I say?
They are fashionable, but I wouldn't call them practical. Anyway, I'm pretty sure we just low kicked twice. GG's. I should probably mention the cars are extremely heavy. They weigh they have their weight is so high that we get to do 120 base power low kicks. Sadly, this is like the one fight that we actually get to use it on because for the fighting car, we do need the extra power of super effective acrobatics. And all the other cars, we want it's either not very effective or we want to avoid super effective tech. So, also, something really funny can happen here. So, Torkoal has the... So this is like the only time where actually having rain helps. Because if it's raining before the start of this fight, Torkoal's drought ability just gets cancelled. And it's like, Torkoal used drought, but it failed.
このメロコのブーツだいぶ歩きづらそうですよね。
Yeah, for some reason, in-game weather gets priority over ability weather, which is
まあこのブーツを曲げられはしないだろうなと思うんですけど。
interesting. Which basically just means that if you're playing this game casually, using a fire type
Why does it keep raining?
is kind of meh. Also, nice rain after the fight for halqery. Seems to me that in Halk's version of the game, he's getting a taste of what British weather is. Sometimes this game is a little bit weird because sometimes, like, every time you just load up the game, sometimes the lighting can just not work properly for some reason. And there was like one time where Halk was doing a run and it was just like gray skies, like the entire time, even though it was supposed to be sunny. And I was like, oh, he just got the British weather patch. Where it's just gray and gloomy. Anyway, one more base before we do the final gym. This is the dock base, so we actually go fly all the way back to Cascarafa, and then we go backwards. We also see, you know, we see this character Penny a lot. I mean, I wonder why is she, you know, so important, but I hope everyone is enjoying as we are shortly approaching the 3-hour mark of this 5-hour speedrun adventure.
ライドの能力が解放されたり、ゲムリーダーを倒すと、言うことを聞くレベルが上がるのと、あとは得られる経験値の上限がどんどん解放される。As you then fight probably the most mispronounced character in the entirety of Scarlet and Violet. Also, a little neat thing, even though you're supposed to go right here, it is actually slightly faster to trigger the cutscene by running upwards. I don't know why, it's like the trigger is like on a line that's just running forward, goes up is fine, but yeah. This star boss is actually called, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, Giacomo. Not, however, you may pronounce it. Also, I probably should be mentioning this like way earlier. You will see seeing a lot of the runners get on Koraidon Miraidon, but then just before triggering a cutscene, get off. This is because the game forces you off anyway, so you may as well just get off before the game forces you. But sometimes when you get off Koraidon Miraidon, you actually maintain the momentum a little bit as you fall forward. So, you know, saving time a little bit there.
ストリートを後ろに回してるもう一つの理由として、ポケモンが手持ちに3匹いないと、挑戦することができないということで、
Nice crit on Corolio, nice time off.
入れ替えのね、確認なんかが入ってしまうので、できるだけまとめておきたいというところですね。
手持ちの入れ替えもね、都度やるとその度にロスりますからね。
Also, for some reason, this is the only, like, it's kind of weird that for some reason, like, the fire base is the only base where after you beat the trainers, for some reason, you still have to walk a bit forward. This one is also a bit weird, is for some reason, after you beat these trainers, the camera's just facing the wrong way. Like, I don't know why that's the case, but, you know, we'll allow it, I guess.
挑む権利が与えられないので、無理にね、高いレベルのポケモン捕まえたとしても、挑戦ができない。
Here's the next bait. So there's again intrigued to see what kind of route each of the runners choose to do into the dark base, as there are actually like plenty of different routes. Similar to the poison base, on Switch 1, you actually had to finish somewhere very specific, because if you didn't, you would get yourself a much longer load. It seems to me, I think both of our runners are doing the same thing. Oh no, okay, so Halk's going a little bit right and to the left, whereas Corolio is doing a clockwise motion. I think. Well, we used to do what Corolio did because where we ended mattered, but now that where we end doesn't matter anymore, Halk is basically Corolio is doing anti-clockwise, whereas halqery is doing clockwise. Which clockwise movement is a bit faster, as you will see in just a moment. Halq is already done at 909, whereas Corolio took a little bit longer with 901. And now all of a sudden Halq's in the lead. Just like that. It is a very tight race. We're also going to see another interesting interaction. So the dark car has the ability Intimidate, which, because Halq's bird is scrappy, he won't have to deal with it and can just wing attack twice, whereas Corolio's ability is Tangled Feet and thus must acrobatic. I believe has the acrobatics despite his high level.
スイッチ1の頃はね、順番で回るのが良かったんですけど、はい、スイッチ2になってからそういうことないんで。
If I am not mistaken. Also, I kind of realized that both Halq and Corolio have slightly different positions in their movesets. So for Halq, he's doing wing attack from top to bottom, wing attack, acrobatics, double kick, low kick. If I'm not mistaken, Corolio's doing wing attack, low kick, double kick, acrobatics. Oh, okay, so he just... Okay, he got the... Okay, so he must have been high enough level for that wing attack was a guaranteed KO on the Dark Car at that level. So what's actually kind of an interesting thing is that if the attack drop doesn't matter, then actually Tangled Feet is slightly faster because the ability doesn't proc on Scrappy, and thus the attack drop is actually slightly faster than the Scrappy activation. But in the cases where the attack drop does matter, then yeah, Scrappy is the preferred ability. 90% of the time, it's like very small niche cases like here, where being Tangled Feet is slightly faster. Because I guess for Corolio, that attack drop didn't matter for the knockout on the Dark Car. So this is where the most important thing matters. If I was in person, I would definitely be quiet for this moment, but I am not, so I can actually talk about this. We are now going to fight the Ghost Gym, but before we do that, we are going to do what every classic RPG does at one moment in the run, and that is called shopping. As I mentioned before, we are going to be buying proteins and carbos, and depending on their stats, what charts they have, and what information that they have, they will need to buy a certain number of proteins and a certain number of carbos. I don't actually know how many proteins or carbos each of our runners are going to buy. Ideally, they don't have to sell any items to buy the number of proteins and carbos they want to get, but I believe halqery may have to sell. That's what we call sell skip, where you have all these TMs that you got throughout your adventure and all that money. If you can buy enough proteins and carbos that you need without needing to sell, you would do sell skip, and that saves you about 10 to 15 seconds. Maybe 20 if you are pretty slow at selling all your items. We're also going to buy X attacks for the rest of the items. Halq needs to buy 6 X attacks, whereas Corolio needs to buy 5 X attacks and 1 X special, at the very least. So both of our runners are doing sell skip. Yeah, all of our runners have bought all the items that they need for pretty much the rest of the run. And because we already talked to the Ghost Gym in the receptionist, we can now then talk to Moist Critical to actually start the gym trial itself. So, both runners have bought enough proteins and enough carbos. In fact, the carbos is to make sure we outspeed specific threats in the late game, and the proteins to make sure that we deal enough damage to specific threats in the late game as well. We'll get to those specific targets and those specific threats at the moment. Essentially, what we need to do is we need to get enough carbos to the main threat to outspeed is we need to outspeed Nemona's Meow Stick later on, while still maintaining the animate mint. Anyway, this is the Ghost Gym. The Ghost Gym's gimmick is relatively simple. It's a double fight. So we're utilizing both Hawlucha and Flamigo to essentially just deal with all the Pokemon that we need to deal on the opposing side. The main important thing is that we need to make sure that we KO both targets in one hit. As in, they both need to be KO'd before on the first turn. Because essentially the gimmick of this is that there are certain actions that happen which give you stat buffs or give the opponent stat buffs. However, if we knock out all of the Pokemon before that happens, we don't have to deal with it. So we save time, so it is very important we knock out everything in one hit. The first two trainers are not an issue. The next trainer is an issue. So the next trainer has a Sableye, and depending on how bad our Hawlucha stats are, and also how low level it is, it might not always KO the Sableye. If I'm not mistaken, I believe both of our Hawluchas are good enough, but Sableye will not be a problem for both of our runners.
So
now we fight this trainer. Yeah, Flamigo's a menace to society. Yeah, Flamigo is just like the bird. Yeah, Sableye is the main issue. So it used to be before that if our Hawlucha was bad, we would actually use Flamigo to knock out the Drifblim, and we use Hawlucha to do whatever, because the Drifblim would always use self-destruct. But ever since the Indigo Disc update, they made a change to the AI, and thus the Drift. Because fun fact, Drifblim's only damaging move is self-destruct, so we'll always go for it. But for some reason, they made a change in the AI during the Indigo Disc patch where it affected this Drifblim, and this Drifblim will now never use self-destruct on turn 1. So we couldn't even cheese it. So now it's the case that Hawlucha, we always have to now attack the Sableye, and we have to hope that the Sableye actually gets the knockout. Thankfully, for both of our runners, they got the knockout. So, we don't have to worry about it. Oh, complete this. Complete this, and now we have to fight. So Rhyme also plays around the same gimmick, but unlike the other trainers where we can just try and knock out in one hit before, now we can't. Because, she has 4 Pokemon, and one of those Pokemon is a Mimikyu, which basically means that Pokemon cannot be knocked out in one hit. So this fight is going to take at least 3 turns to actually complete. We want to complete these 3 fights while gaining the least amount of buffs possible. And so the way that we do this is actually pretty simple. So we get buffs by doing a few things. Super effective move, half HP, knocking out a Pokemon, all these things. So the only one we can't avoid is knocking out a Pokemon, because that's how we win the game. So we will always get the 1 stat boost from knocking out the opponent's Pokemon. But now it's the case of, but everything else we'll try and avoid. We'll try and avoid super effective hits. We'll try and avoid getting our Pokemon to half HP. So I would like to friendly remind them from across the pond, across many oceans, not to high jump kick a ghost type. It will not end well, and you will lose a lot more time. But I think both of our runners know not to do that. So here we knock out the Banette as soon as we can, because it annoying ability, but Mimikyu does, so we're just gonna quickly do that. Mimikyu can do many things. The slowest move that it can pick is Light Screen. So hopefully we don't see Light Screen from either form as Mimikyu. Flash, pretty good to see from both sides. And then will be interesting to see what kind of... There's a strat that you can do on this turn where you can make the Hawlucha choose to do nothing, but that's actually now timed to be slightly slower. Also, nice Blizzard on Halq. Halq is getting all of the weather effects today, whereas Curly's getting none of them.
Accidentally use Sword Stance.
Ooh, that's kind of a waste of a move from halqery. It's like if you're gonna use a move on the Mimikyu, you'd rather just use like whatever fighting move you have that's not high jump kick, but I guess not. So Halq will lose a little bit of time because of the Sword Dance animation. But that's fine. Also, look at that. Look at that up. Not a Greavard. It's a... What is that actually? I actually forgot what that Pokemon is. No, it is a Greavard. Look at that dancing Greavard. I always loved him. I was confused with the other one. I was like, no, the evolution is Houndstone. Now I remember. Look at him dance. Like, he's the best boy. And now that is 17 of our 18 badges. We just have one more badge to go, which is the final base. And then we get to start cleaning up the end games of each of the 3 individual stories, which will all happen in Mehagoza. And it's like, yeah, now you can fight the Elite Four. I was like, yeah, we'll get there. So one final base. It is a pretty annoying base. It is the fairy base. The fairy base can be a bit annoying, because obviously we are sending a fighting type to the fairy base, which is not always, as I think we all know from a type chart, not exactly the best thing, but you know, we're just going to continue to go down through this pathway. Very important for both of our runners, we do need to pick up this guard spec. So I mentioned X items before. One of the items I didn't mention earlier was an item called the guard spec. So the guard spec works similarly to an X item, but instead of increasing your stats, it actually makes sure that your stats cannot be decreased for the next 5 turns. And is extremely helpful because both Azumarill and Wigglytuff have the move Charm, which decreases your attack by 2 stages, but also the Dachshund, I'm trying to pronounce it right because I've had a friend try and tell me like that's how you're supposed to pronounce it. Has Baby Doll Eyes, which is only decreases your attack by 1 stage, but it is a +1 priority move.
On Switch 1, it would be faster to reset the game.
So right now, it is also like another pace where it's like, if it's rain, oh my god, it's raining for halqery. Wow. So this is actually another place where it's pretty bad if you get rain. On Switch 1, it would be like you would reset the game because of how bad it is if you get rain. But thankfully this is Switch 2. Also, both players got Nasty Flood. Kind of cringe. This Morgrim actually has the Prankster ability, so all of its non-status or non-damaging moves actually has +1 priority. Nothing that we can do. It does have an attacking move that we would like to see, but in fairness, it is better to see Nasty Plot than it is to see Torment, because it means that you actually have to think about switching to your next move if you see Torment. But yeah, this is the one base that actually seen the biggest difference in routing from Switch 1 to Switch 2, because on Switch 1, we'll be trying to minimize the lag so hard so that we wouldn't, you know, get lag drops. But thankfully, it's a Switch 2. Also, very important, before you go into this place, you need to give all your proteins and all your carbos to your Flamigo, as well as teach close combat to Flamigo. Well, the close combat is not as important right now, but it's the same menu. But the proteins and carbos are definitely important, as you do need the extra power for this fight to actually work. So final base for both of our runners. The strat used to be go around in a clockwise, anti-clockwise, go around base anti-clockwise to avoid the water in the middle, to avoid the lag. But now we're on Switch 2, we can just run straight through, which is great. So overrunner is trying to get to 30 Pokemon. Like I said, the 10-minute timer on the top, absolutely super generous. Like, I have not seen anyone run out of time here. Yeah, Crolio done in 9:12. 9:12. And how a bit slower, but not by much, in 9:10. So not bad for both of our runners. The reason why I say that this fight is so for this fight, so we first start off with pretty simply get rid of the Azumarill. This Azumarill can do a lot of damage to us. It is huge power Azumarill with play rough. We don't want to take that. Then here, it'll be interesting to see what kind of strats, but I'm pretty sure both of our runners are doing the safe variation of this fight, which is to guard spec on this turn. Correct. It is slightly worse input on Violet because Scarlet does not have the X special, whereas Violet does. So Violet has to do one extra input every time. We did see Charm on Corolio's side, so hopefully we get the X attack into the play rough miss to get the best possible fight. No. Sadly, we didn't. We see the play rough, which means that both the trainer, we see the little text box that Ortega likes to say anytime he successfully lands a hit. So that's fine. Both players didn't get quite lucky, but thankfully you just acrobatic spam the rest of the fight, and the fight is essentially donezo. Like I said, the main reason why we got spec is 1, Charm, 2, play rough also decreases the attack, so and 3, Baby Doll Eyes is a priority move that decreases attack. So a lot of attack decreasing moves, but thankfully we don't have to worry about any of that with the God spec. And that is pretty much the main game done, as we now start to approach, well, not like the true end game, but the story end games for each of the stories. We have now collected every single badge, and now we actually have another choice to make. Which of the end games do we actually start and end with? And if I remember correctly, each of our runners is going to start with... Yeah, okay, so each of the runners are going to start with the Starfall Street. You're going to start with the Starfall Street ending, which is, you know, we're going to fight the final boss, but turns out we're not actually fighting the final boss. We're just fighting the second to last boss, before we then ditch the Starfall Street ending and head straight to victory, and head straight for the Pokemon League. We'll explain the main reasoning behind that routing when we get there, but it is like a pretty interesting route that we do.
残すはマジボス戦ですね。
But also, actually, unironically, we are getting to a pretty dangerous fight coming up. Despite the fact that our Flamingo is, either level 81 or 83, we are actually getting into a very dangerous fight for both of our runners. Mainly because of everyone's favorite Pokemon that people like to make jokes of because of its name. Hopefully, for both of our runners, they get the 70% chance and nothing happens. But there is always that 30% chance that one of our runners gets unfortunate luck. But we'll see what happens. Unfortunately, it's not Kangaskhan, but I'm sure many people have fond memories of Gen 6 Mega Kangaskhan. So, first things first, Haluchas, you've served your purpose. Everyone, 07 to Halucha. You've served your purpose, you've done your job. Go take a rest in the box. Time for Flamingo. Hey, look, it's Clive. Everyone's favorite character. halqery did auto heal. I think you forget that you don't actually need to auto heal for this fight, because again, you actually just get a free heal before you even enter the fight. So the first 4 Pokemon, completely fine, completely free. With just acrobatics, you have fun, right? Flamingo is just that guy. Or gal. Actually, I never actually checked the genders on these Flamingos. Can I just say guy, or is it? Sorry, that gal for Corolio and... that guy for Hauksbird. Gender, thankfully, does not matter for this speedrun. I know it matters. I know there's like a hard gold, soul, silver speedrun where the gender on your Gyarados does matter, but thankfully for us, it does not. There's no attract or any of that stuff that we have to deal with. So, always Pokemon, Houndoom, Abomasnow, Poltergeist, no, not Poltergeist, Poltegeist, and Oranguru, fine. However, Amoongus. Let's just see if nothing happens. Amoongus won. Okay. Alright, Corolio's through Amoongus 1. Through the Amoongus, let's see if Hauks through the Amoongus.
I'm safe too.
Hey, let's go. Okay, so Amoongus has an ability which is called Effect Spore, which when it activates has a 1 in 3 chance to either inflict sleep, paralysis, or poison on you. If you get poisoned, it's fine, just a bit slow. You get paralyzed, it's fine, nothing too crazy. You get put to sleep, you are wasting a turn, letting Kokoi will potentially Aqua Step you, and you are in trouble if that happens. Thankfully, for both of our runners, Amoongus chose to play nicely instead of being sus.
Amoongus did not choose violence for once.
Yes, it did not choose violence today, because that would have been pretty bad if it did.
Also,
very,
would be bad.
最後のポケモンに
Yeah, it still would have been bad to be paralyzed as well, because you could end up wasting a turn as a result of paralysis. And the
yeah,
slowdown
but
as well.
the paralysis is like the paralysis. You just take the gamba, but the sleep is also.
タイム先生さっきの
For some reason, I think Clavel is standing in the wrong place because if you have a look at where the camera animations are, I'm pretty sure Clavel's supposed to be standing a little bit more forward than he is right now. But anyway, yeah, we just did the whole Starfall thing. We're supposed to fight the final boss, but it's not the final boss. Yeah, we're now dipping from the Starfall Street storyline, and we're heading straight to the Pokemon League. We'll cover the finale of the Starfall Street later, but there is a very interesting reason as to why the routing is done this way. It actually has to do with where the game puts us when we fight Nemona. But now we are in the Pokemon League. But before we do the Pokemon League, we actually have to do an interview to even be allowed in the Pokemon League. This is also another minor difference between Scarlet and Violet, because depending on which version you play, the answer to the second question is going to be different. It is because it asks you for which academy you are in. The first one is just a made-up name, but it's like the second answer is Naranja and the third answer is Uva. But obviously, that's only correct in one version of the game and not the other. So hopefully, they both actually remember which version of the game that they're playing when they're answering the interview questions when it comes for question 2. So that's kind of like one of the main things. A lot of the time, we're just going to answer either just whatever the correct answer is or option 1. The only exception to this is going to be like which gym do we find the hardest? And for that, we're going to specifically answer the bug gym, which is going to be the bottom answer. Wait, did you answer like the top? Wait, hold on. Okay, so there are a couple of different options that you can do, but the easiest one is the one that Halq is doing, which is you answer the bottom option twice, and then you go to the second bottom option. I believe Kuro did a thing where he accidentally turboed the A button on the first one and answered whatever the top answer is, so he had to do a backup of remembering which answer is the correct one. Because the first question asks is who's the hardest gym? Who's the hardest gym leader? And then you answered that, and then it's like, then the next 2 questions is where's that gym leader from, and what type is that gym leader? And so by selecting the bug, you just have to go up 1, and then up 2 for the interview. That is technically the hardest interview. Once you answer the starter question, you can pretty much just go and mash A for the rest of the interview. And then we get to the Elite Four themselves. As I will say, every member of the Elite Four, including the champion, will be done in 6 turns, with the sole exception of the second one, which will be done in 5. The first one is Rika. Rika, the ground type specialist. This fight is relatively simple. All you have to do is just acrobatics the first guy and then low kick the rest. The Donphan has the ability Sturdy, so we won't be able to ever knock it out in one hit, but because we don't actually do enough damage to do so, we will never activate the ability unless we accidentally crit at this point in the game. So we shouldn't have to worry too much about it. The only RNG is the Clodsire, because the Clodsire has the move Protect. The question is, do our runners get Protect, or do they not get Protect? That is the question. And that could change whoever's ahead or behind. Because Protect does actually lose like 10 to 15 seconds, because may I remind people, as you can see, animations is turned on. Meaning we have to see the get hit by Protect, that animation and all that. It's like, it's super slow. So hopefully none of our runners get it. There's also some other dumb RNG in the hassle fight, but we'll get there. Also, a little bit of more RNG is that whether or not you get hit by the Stone Edge from Donphan. Both our runners got hit by the Stone Edge. That damage is not really too relevant, but you will probably want to auto heal before you fight Hassle, because the Neuven can be pretty scary if you don't. I will say that Halq's bird in terms of bulk is a lot better than Corolio's bird in terms of bulk. So if there's like one player I'm not afraid of them not auto healing, it's probably Halq, but we'll see.
さあ銅は通常地面毒タイプのポケモンですが、
So let's see if any of our runners get protect.
Please, Clodsire. Please.
守るという技を
Even Halq's like saying, please.
守らないでほしいが、
Corolio gets protect.
My chance.
So Corolio is going to be losing time here. Does halqery get protect? halqery doesn't get protect. So now all of a sudden, halqery is now back in the lead. Purely because of RNG that you have absolutely no control whatsoever. Next up is Poppy. As I mentioned, this fight will be done in 5 turns instead of 6. She only has 5 Pokemon. She's also allegedly like what 6 years old and is apparently the member of an Elite Four. But you know what? Well, this is a game where we send magical creatures to beat each other up, so I'll allow it.
ハルカリさんが来てるのはただの
How choose to heal? You don't have to heal in this fight, but you definitely have to heal before Hassle. So definitely a safety heal. I would always heal before Hassle because that's like you always take an extra hit from what's his face. I guess he was trying to be careful in case something goes badly for Corviknight, I guess. Because the main reason why we get enough proteins is to make sure that we hit the range on the stupid metal bird that I hate. So hopefully both of our runners hit the range on this bird. It's going to be a bit tight, I think, for Halq because he is 2 levels lower than Corolio because of the differences in candy routing and candy choices. But thankfully, halqery and Corolio both get the range on the dumb metal bird. Nice. Magnezone is the main reason why we keep double kick because it has the ability sturdy, so it would survive any hit it takes at 1 HP, but thankfully double kick hits twice, so we can go around the ability sturdy. Can't do that for you're wondering why don't we just do that for Donphan. It's just because Donphan is just way too bulky. That wasn't necessary. Both our runners chose to low kick Bronzong. That can be arranged depending on your attack. It is always safer to close combat, but I guess both of our runners are able to hit that range no problem. And then Tinkaton just gets obliterated by low kick. If she chose not to terrestrialize, then maybe that wouldn't be an issue, but there's still a little bit of RNG left over. Still a little bit of RNG though, especially when it comes to the 4th Elite Four member, so that could also swing the tide on who's ahead and who's behind. I hope we like 30% chances, because there is actually one more 30% chance that we have to go through, which is Dragauji's Poison Point. Doesn't lose you the run or doesn't like make the fight dangerous, but it does lose you a good amount of time if you do get poisoned by Poison Point. Dragauji.
3人目の四天王は
But before that, hey look! It's everyone's favorite Scarlet Violet character.
トイレ行きたくなってきた。
Larry, apparently he's working overtime.
でもここはね、やっぱね、
He's
背景
now
が違う
working
と
two
不思議と
jobs,
そんなに
both as a
出てきたく
gym
ない
leader and as a lead for just so that he could pay his rent.
かもしれない。
Poor guy. I mentioned before, this fight takes will take 6 turns. And this is actually the case that we will be utilizing our X items. So, in front of the Tropius, or as I like to call it, Mr. Banana Tree, who, unfortunately, is just kind of useless and just weak. So, most of the time, it will just click Sunny Day. But if you're lucky, you get to save some time if it clicks Air Slash.
ここでプラスパワーを選んでいきます。
So both players will then set up the X attack, and then we'll just click Acrobatics to win the game. Halqery gets Sunny Day, and Corolio gets Air Slash. Okay, so Corolio is actually going to be saving a little bit of time here. This is purely the fact that Corolio, it's really the fact that later on, there's going to be a text box that says for Halqery that the sunlight is gone. But he won't get that. Also, unironically, Corolio actually saves a little bit of time because this Tangled Feet does not matter. This being a Tangled Feet is actually not a detriment in this fight.
プラスパワーを使って攻撃を上げているので、性格じゃないや、特性が肝っ玉でも千鳥足でも一撃で倒す。
And then the rest is just pretty simple. You just acrobatic spam and job's a good one. So I think the time should be like very close by, especially when it gets to the last Pokemon, which we're all gonna say, which we're gonna say the thing where it's the Spider-Man meme.
が半減されてしまうので、ここのためにプラスパワーを使ってますね。
After the sunlight goes.
飛行も飛行技も半減してくるからちょっと戦いづらいんです。
Wow, yeah, no, that is like, holy.
さあ、最後はカラミンゴ対決ということで。
That is like frames apart. That's actually crazy. That's actually crazy of how little frames there are
本当に接戦で
between our two runners.
カラミンゴが4体並んでる。
But yeah, Spider-Man meme.
大量発生中ということで、
Except we are the superior one.
あ、急所。
Oh, nice crit,
こ
Hal.
こで急所のテキスト
Nice time loss
1秒分差が
For
つきましたね
Halqery, he ruined the sync.
Good luck on Hassel. Hassel.
But yeah, as Halk mentioned, it's time for Hassel.
この先
Hassel's poison point could make one runner lose 20 seconds. Now, in fairness, Corolio does have to use auto heal.
この先ちょっと回復しないといけないんで。
So he will lose slightly a little bit of time to Halqery. So maybe the sync might be back.
回復にかかる時間が短くなったところが見られますね。
確かに。
Look, I knew this race was going to be close. I didn't realize it was going to be literal frames apart.
そうですね。
ことが多い回復なんで。
Considering how this run started
してくれるポイントが多いので、
メニューを開いて
and, you know, what happened during this run, it's actually impressive.
回復アイテムの中からいい
Aren't those
Not
the best
quite
races
synced
still?
up. It's like, now how Korea is like, Jesus, man, these two runners, they are neck and neck with each other.
八作さんはドラゴンタイプ使い。
Yeah. Main fight here is we are going to set up an X attack. And then we're just going to sweep with the correct move, which is going to be either acrobatics for the first 3 mons and then low kick afterwards. Let's see. Go for Pokemon, go for Super Fang, which is expected.
これは
Dragougi is the big one.
現在の HP の半分に。
Dragougi is absolutely the big one.
あーこの次のドラミドロがお祈りポイント
Do
だ。
we get poison points? And if so, by who?
接触すると毒になる可能性がある。毒のトゲ。
No poison for how? No! But the poison for Corolio.
これでもう横並びになっ
Ah, that. Now, the good news is
わかりやすいですね。
Corolio doesn't have to heal. So Corolio can just attack
まだ
and
まだまだまだまだ。
The problem is that just the poison ticks takes so much time. Like, it's not even fair. And also, you get a free heal afterwards. So it's not like, oh, this poison is going to be so detrimental.
そうですね、毎ターン毒のダメージを受
But
けてし
it
まうの
is
で。
a bit unfortunate for Corolio
カラミンゴ
to
の HP が減りすぎている場合には、毒のダメージで倒れないように回復の薬を使う。
yeah, you can just see just how much time, just like, oh, it's just poison ticks. Like, it's not that bad. It's like, it's just poison ticks in Scarlet and Violet, my friend. It is pretty disgusting. Don't worry, there's still time for how to, you know, lose time. There's, getting critical hits on Gita, for instance.
いや、あんなに一緒だったのに。
And on Nimona. And having, you know, a bad penny fight.
Okay, Scarlet has a slower area 0.
And also what Halk just said. Scarlet does have a slightly slower finale. So there's still time for Corolio to catch up in this speed run. So it is not over, but it does suck that he got the 30% chance for poison.
ここで20秒差がついてしまったので。
That's the worst fight.
He did say something about the worst fight. I wasn't quite sure what they were mentioning as the worst fight. I don't think it's this fight. I think he was probably saying that Toro's the worst fight, which isn't wrong.
さあ無事
But like I said, we'll get that when we get there. We'll get there.
トップチャンピオンの澤高さんに挑むことができます。
Now we get a free heal. And let's see if Hulk accidentally crits. Also, yes, I did mention that every single fight.
このゲームイベントで結構回復してくれるんですよ。
All that time.
そうですね。
なんで自力でこう回復するシーン
Yeah, so
がほとんどないと。
There is still time for things to change. Probably gets rain here, but that doesn't matter.
今の気持ちです。
As I mentioned before, this fight is a 6-turn fight. This is because Gita's team is not really great against this our Flamingo because her team is either weak to flying, weak to fighting, or really not physically bulky. That is really helpful for us. So Bafra gets knocked out. Bafra would have been really interesting as a Pokemon against anti-speedrunners because it has the ability Opportunist. So any stat raise that we get, it also gets, but
澤高さんは
like fine. Oop,
効果抜群を選ぶと
bit of lag, but that's fine. But yeah, this fight, just click the correct move, which is either acrobatic, slow kick, or in the final fight, close combat,
選ん
and we
で
should be fine.
攻撃していった方が早いので
Probably not sync. Oop.
実はネモもね抜群打つとちゃんと喋ってくるんです
まあ一応ね最初
We also want to try and avoid critical hits because this is where we start to get to some certain trainers
けど、
who have what we like to call hop syndrome and love to talk about super effective hits and critical hits. So we can't avoid super effective hits, sadly, but we can avoid critical hits, hopefully. This is actually unironically the worst fight to get.
まあここの澤高
As well as the next one, just like really bad to get critical
ど
hits.
んどん敵を一撃で倒していくだけで簡単なんですけれど
We
も
want to hope that both of our runners choose to go for close combat on
技を
Zomora because the low kick will not
技
kill.
入力をミスってしまうとちょっと大変なことになってしまいますね。
RTA 奏者的に嫌な順番で出してくる
そうなんですよね
No critical hit?
Yeah, it's like, hold on.
カーソル移動
I hope Hal didn't curse himself.
RTA 独特と言いますかこう十字キーだけとかスティックだけとかじゃなくて両方で
Super effective. No critical hit for halqery, so no time loss there from a 4% chance, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
するときは 方向機
There is still a chance for Corolio to also get
微
one.
妙にタイミングをずらして、入力することで素早く入力する
Super effective. Toxic debris means we don't get any critical hits from either runner.
ここの
Which
キ
is
ラ
nice.
フは
It's very ironic that we actually want to avoid critical hits instead of actually getting them.
技のエフェクトも
But yeah, this is
5
the
秒ぐ
one
らいしか
case.
ないん
It's
で、
like,
ここは
yeah,
リス
let's
クという
not
よ
get a
りも
crit because that would be really bad.
これでインファイトの能力ダウンまで入ってると話は変わってきた
So
かな
now we finished the Elite Four. The Elite Four became the champion, but we haven't finished the Victory Road storyline. We need to actually fight our rival. We also need to make sure we don't accidentally say no to our rival's request for us to become friends, and to also save a little bit of time, pick the second option here.
認めてくださいと。
If you don't accidentally pick the second option, it's fine because that option then goes and then you just pick option
決
one.
戦をしようと。
ここもね B 連射を入れてると家を押してしまって
If she'd chosen Glamora as her first, many children would have cried.
しっかり家で
I guess.
送っていきます
But at least in the rematch, she's at least trying to be, you know, comparatively viable or something along those lines.
タイミングでやめなくてはなりません。
Or at least use half a brain.
さあ
Anyway, Nemona. So this fight's kind of weird for some reason, as it's like similar to the Starfall fights. You don't gain any EXP for this fight, which is
このネモ戦
a bit weird,
チャ
but
ンピオンロードのストーリーが
whatever.
クリアとなります。
Nemona, very simple fight. You just hit the super effective button.
RTA に負けるスイ君が
I think there's like only one Pokemon where we choose to not hit the super effective button. But it's like, aside from that, we just hit the super effective
今
button
まで
and
の
we
ネ
win
モ
the
戦
game.
とちょっと BGM が違ってかっこよくなってるのでぜひ聴いてください
今までのネモ戦あんま聞けてないけど。
確かに
Aside from like, I think Meowscarada, where it's like you can kind of get away with not hitting the super effective button. But everything else we do. Like, again, unfortunately, we are going to get text boxes for super effective hits. And like before, we are trying to avoid critical hits like the plague. Especially the worst type of super effective hit, which is actually the worst type of critical hit, which is a super effective critical hit because it really loves to tell you that you got a critical hit.
そうですね
But, you know, hopefully that doesn't happen to either of our runners. Okay, maybe I'm slightly hoping it happens to halqery, but that's because we have a mutual beat. But and also I want this race to be ever so slightly more closer.
私をピンチするので、あんまりタイパイ
Yeah, here, you know, we go acrobatics. Acrobatics is just such a powerful move that we can just spam freely, thanks to the fact that we don't have any held items hold at this moment of time.
こっちに
The dunk spot. Actually, it would be interesting to see close
で
combat.
もちょっとカラミンゴのレベルが関係していて
Interesting. That is a very slow animation move. So if
ので
Corolio chooses to go for a move that is
キャロさんは
slightly
ゲタグリ
faster,
を打つ構えのようですね
uh,
大体乱数にして
I think he's
75%
praying because this is actually a ranged kill and not guaranteed.
ちょっと
Which is nice. He did get the range.
工業特防の演出が
Because close combat is like such a slow animation, low kick is like super fast. He did save a little bit of time over halqery, but not. But again, we were talking about what? What's the time save? Play save there. Close combat. He said what? 9.122. Low kicks 4. I mean 5. I mean 5 seconds is still 5 seconds, I guess. Now, if Corolio really wants to save time over halqery for the next fight, there is a strat that seems to be that only I do it and no one else does, even though it is potentially faster. But I guess I'm just that guy.
まあポケモンが与えるダメージって
Now we are finally
基
done
本的には大事
with
なんですけど
the
ステータス
Victory
だけ
Road
じゃなくて
storyline. We've
レベル
completed
の高さ
one
自
of
体
our
も
3 storylines that
ダメー
we
ジに
need
影響を与えて
to
るんで
access the end game.
85っていうのが
And
以上に結構差があるんですよね。
where we are placed once we finish the storyline is actually back inside the school.
こっちは
And this is actually and this is actually important for our routing because we're placed inside our school and where we have to go to fight the final boss of a Starfall Street storyline is in an area within the school. It is actually just the most optimal routing is to, after we beat Nimona, then go fight the final boss of Starfall Street. So that is why the specific routing is done in this way.
レベルが高い方がスキー上に戦闘を有利に進めやすいっていうことをなんか多分毎回のようにある。
Also, before you ask, yes, we have skip movies on. No, we can't skip this one for some reason. I don't make the rules. I don't decide which cutscenes we're allowed to skip and which cutscenes we are not allowed to skip.
ということで、チャンピオンロードのストーリーがクリアとなります。
Now, because we are now in the school, we are now gonna go fight the final boss by heading to the schoolyard, which a simple button combination that you can do to get there quickly is up, left, down. Wait, yeah, up, left, down.
カシオペア、なんか見たことある衣装ですね。
Actually, I think left, left, down also works as well. But Corellia does choose a bit of a slower way to get there, which is technically slower by input standards, but depends on how fast you can put the inputs. Anyway, there is a strat that I would like to see Corellia potentially use. So the normal strat for this fight is you set up a guard spec because every single Pokemon in Penny's team has baby doll eyes. I don't know why, but sure. And that's really annoying because it's a priority move that reduces our attack, and Flamigo's our physical attacker. So the main strategy is to guard spec into X attack into spam whatever move that we need to use. But keep in mind, our guard spec does run out before the final two Pokemon, so we have to risk Flareon, Leafeon, and Sylveon for baby doll eyes. But the risky strat, which is the strat that I do, which is I just go X attack and just go, and if I get baby doll eyes turn 1, I just say screw it. I guess, unfortunately, we're not seeing the strat from Corellia. So both of our runners doing the same strat, which is you guard spec turn 1, you X attack turn 2, and then you go. It is safe. It is by far the safest strat. But I tend to go risky because if you do get lucky, you just need to X attack once and then you save a turn of move animations. But it is definitely risky. It is definitely a risky strat. The main risk is that if you get unlucky and get baby doll eyes on the turn you would knock out the Umbreon, you might not have enough base power for Jolteon, and Jolteon can just land a Thunder. And that could be problematic, but since our runners don't choose, let's see if any of our runners get a little bit unlucky with baby doll eyes. So Flareon is here. Flareon chose not to use baby doll eyes. Then here comes Leafeon. Leafeon also chose not to use baby doll eyes, and neither did Flareon for Corellia. And then here we will see Sylveon. Ooh, that's a risk. That's a bit of a risky play for Corellia there, choosing to low kick Leafeon. If Leafeon didn't choose the baby doll eyes, that low kick would have not have KO'd. And chose the baby doll eyes, that low kick wouldn't KO. But I guess again, Corellia saving that 1 second of using low kick over acrobatics. Trying to climb as much time as he can get back. Or they can get back.
メロメロボディが発動とかってなるとやばいっすね。
メロメロボディ込みは確かにやばいか。
And that is the completion of Starfall Street in about 5 minutes, because we still have a bunch of plot that we need to still cover through for Starfall Street.
これでマジボスも撃破したので、あとはスターダンのストーリーを見て。
And then after that, hey, remember Path of Legends? Remember when we did Tatsugiri like what 2 hours ago? And it's like that was like the final Titan that we had to fight before we had to do the Path of Legends finale. But we elected not to do it. Yet now we're doing it. Well, after all these cutscenes. There is a very, very, very specific reason as to why we choose to do the Path of Legends storyline at the very end. And that is the fact that if we choose it to do it as the last story, we skip about 10 seconds of dialogue.
ちょっとさっき、説明しそびれてしまったところがあるので説明するんですけど
Because Arvin then doesn't phone call us later
倒す順番につ
to
いて
tell
は
us to go to the Zero
で
Gate.
も
He just
倒
tells
した
us to
後
go to the
に
Zero
は
Gate on
強制的に一
when
度
we
の寮の
meet
室
him.
に戻るんですけれども、そこ
Which
か
is
ら
kind of
寮に
funny.
行くという工程がスムーズで都合がいいので、この
Also,
よう
what
な
a great disguise from Clavel. Apparently,
ボタンの方
when he
で
takes off his
先に
blazer, he gets
一回
more.
アカデ
He
ミー
gets
に入っ
trousers
て戦っ
afterwards.
てでも
before he
戦
was
っても
wearing
う一回ア
shorts.
カデミーに戻るみたいなちょっと遠回りをするようなことになってし
Man,
ま
I
うんで
love
すけれども
cartoon disguises. It's my
このルート
favorite
で行くことによ
trope.
って無
It's
駄
my
なく
favorite trope of all time.
通すことができます。そして、夜のグラウンドで待ち合わせという話になっていたと思うんですけど、全然昼に行っても問題ないです。
イベントの効果で、自動的に夜に切り替わるので、実際にね、初プレイで夜になるまで待ったっていう方も
Oh, I hope everyone's enjoying, this run.
その必要はなく、どのタイミングで行っても
Coming up to the 4-hour mark of this Scarlet and Violet adventure. If I was being thematically correct, I would probably eat a sandwich after this run, but I think I have something better in my fridge to eat after this run. Quick little trip to the director's office, which you can just do DDR
こう行って
as a little shortcut.
スターダンの件の
I think both players definitely don't have the DLC installed. I don't remember. I know Halk definitely doesn't. I don't remember if Corolio had the DLC uninstalled. I don't think he got the text boxes for the DLC in the very beginning, so we don't have to do the don't accidentally talk to Briar during your any percent speedrun.
いうことが発覚しました。
There's definitely not someone who accidentally did that during the any percent
不
speedrun.
正に発行されていただいた
I would definitely not know of that
ドー
person.
ピングアイテムに変換させていただきましたね。
もう残ってないですから返しようが
Yes.
ないですね。
Because Penny's story ends outside, it's actually optimal to then end Penny's do Nimona storyline first, end it inside the school, then talk to then fight Penny, go outside of the school, and then we can immediately fly to our next destination. So these little, I wouldn't say RNG, but like routing decisions that we make, just to be like these little optimizations. That's why I love about these speedrunning. It's like, why do we do this order? Why? Because it's faster because of this, and this. It's like, that's what I love about our community. But hey, 2 storylines down.
様でしたかっこプラス15秒
I don't want to go.
山彦みたいな
Oh yeah, hardest fly menu in the game. Because for some reason, the objective thing and the fly mark are like right next to each other. So it's like, as you can see with Corolio, it took 3 attempts to just
だい
get
ぶ前に約
the
束
correct the correct marker for the fly,
相当こっちが遅れたかな
compared
と思
to
ったら
Halk's just first try.
先に
Legitimately one of the hardest fly menus in the entire game.
覚えてますか？ヘイラシタ倒した後ですよ、これ約束してたの。
2時間以上前なんじゃないですか
Now
ね
we get the plotline that, hey, we need to go to Area Zero and or something along those lines. But Arvin was like, before you go to Area Zero, we need to fight just to see if I'm actually strong enough. If this was the actual Path of Legends speedrun, this would be the absolute worst fight in the entire game. Hmm.
さあ、だいぶ序盤ぶりに顔を現しましたね。オーリムさんと、フトゥーさん、復習しておくとペパーの両親ですね。
Also, here's mommy and daddy, depending on which version of the game you're
バージョン違い
playing.
の方は登場しないので、スカーレット版はオーリムしか出ないし、
You should use the correct canonical terms. On Scarlet version, we have
両方とも親という設定である
Mommy Professor, and on the right we have the Giga Chat Professor.
Thank you for using the correct terms.
You're welcome.
危険だと言われているところ、ペパーは行ったことがあるみたいですけど、
But yes, as we approach, Arvin is again. This game does not have complex fights at all. So if you're looking for complex fights, you want to look at Indigo Disc. That has some complex fights. Because like I said, if the game gives us EXP candies, we're shoving them all to Flamigo and becoming extremely over leveled. Oh, hi Hoppips, how you doing, buddy?
レジェンドルート最後の戦闘開始。
Anyway, we just went this entire wave, this entire route to resurrect and help Arvin's dog, only for us to low kick it in this fight. Sorry, how could we low kicking the dog? Corolio's gonna throw hands instead. And that's mainly because, again, Halk's bird is a scrappy bird, which means that it will not take the Intimidate drop, which means that it can just use the fast animation of low kick, whereas Corolio's bird is a Tangled Feet bird, which means it will take the attack drop, and thus must use close combat to knock out the monster. I actually never mentioned what Tangled Feet does, but I don't think that it really matters because I can just show you a blank piece of paper and you could put it right next to the Tangled Feet ability and they will both read the same thing. It technically does have an effect, which is if you are confused, your evasion gets boosted, but
この表示本は
No, but, you know,
落とし鳥の時に隣にいたんですけれども、
it's
その
no,
差
it
別で
really doesn't do anything for us in the
ち
speedrun.
っちゃいので本当に覚えてない。
There's like not a single point in this entire speedrun we get confused. If we do get confused, it's because we got unlucky and we didn't hit a range on something.
パルシンは崖ガニ戦で活躍して
Now, yeah, lost death,
今回命の雫しなか
low
ったんで
kick, or close combat, if I'm not mistaken.
ここでまた
There's
一回
scrap ability for Flamigo, which means, yep. And then for Corolio, it's
結構
DC.
要所要所で企画が登場するので肝っ玉引きたいなという理由が伝わってくるんじゃないかな
So this is actually a fight that the scrappy ability does impact a little bit. There's some fights where it doesn't. This one does. That is it. That is all three storylines finally complete.
ここもね、最後のポケモンなので
Now we get to head into the depths of Area Zero. So this run actually being kind of on pace to be, if I can go quickly check. 402, 35. About 448, 449.
さあレジェンドルートはクリアなんですけど、まあさっきね頼まれたようにね
Which for a marathon run is very impressive. So, alright, so you might see this and be like, oh no, halqery's so far ahead because of Scarlet, because, you know, he's finished the storyline before Corolio was able to do so. Now it's actually time to discuss version differences. So, as I mentioned before, the only main difference that we saw when we were doing the main speedrun was Great Tusk versus Iron Treads as the ground type, which favored Violet. This is where Violet is going to start getting more and more benefits going into Area Zero. Because not only does it have better fights, potentially better fights than Scarlet, but it also has a movement / skip that is for some reason Violet exclusive, and I cannot tell you why for the life of me. Why it's Violet exclusive and not Scarlet exclusive, and why Scarlet cannot do it, but that is just the case.
このエリア0、パルディアの大穴とも呼ばれるところですけども、基本的に、許可なく立ち。
We'll get to there when we get to Research Station 4, but there has actually been some new discoveries recently as to completing the Research Station faster. As we're getting to two places faster, especially the movement between Research Station 3 and Research Station 4. There's actually been a bit of a discovery to save about 3 seconds. I know, not a lot of time, but you know, at this point, we'll take whatever we can get in this game. So I know Halk knows about this. I don't know if Corolio does. I believe they both know because the person who discovered that movement is also on commentary right now. Who, may I remind people, is also the world record holder for the Japanese category of this game, being Kaguru.
エレベーターから下の部屋を降りられる。ペーパーはなんかモヤモヤしている様子があります。
Yes. Before that happens, there is one thing that's going to see which might be confusing.
進めていきます。
I guess Hulk is going to reset here. So you would actually reset the game before going into Area 0, but I guess they're not doing it for some reason.
If you don't mind me asking, why would they reset the game?
So this has been an issue since the inception of Scarlet and Violet because of something I think many people call a memory leak, where the game just the longer it goes, the worse it performs. And while it is a better problem in this game, it is still present in this game. So you would reset just before Area 0, so that Area 0 will actually perform, better. Because while the majority of the game is a lot better on Switch 2 compared to Switch 1, I mean, 30-minute time save from Switch 1 to Switch 2 is nothing to scoff at. Area 0 is unironically the only place where they made worse due to one change, which is the number of Pokemon that can spawn in a single when it's on screen, where they changed that number from 16 in Switch 1 to 36 to Switch 2.
I see.
And while in other areas having a lot of Pokemon spawn is not really much of an issue, this place is an exception.
Yeah.
So typically, at least on English, we would reset the run just after we started the Area 0 storyline. Oh, right. I forgot. There is actually... So... I forgot. There is actually one thing I forgot about in this version of the category. So in English runs, we don't see the credits. we don't have to see the credits because our time ends on the Fade to Black before the credits start. But because it's in Japanese timing, you have to see the credits because timing ends when you see the end after the credits. And there is a really, really long load before the credits start. And so what you have to do is reset before the credits, before the final fight, before the credits, so that you don't get that really, really long load. And yes, the reset is faster to reset the game than it is to take that long load. So I guess it's like, in order to not reset twice, you would reset before the credits, because I don't think it's like worth the time save resetting twice. If I believe. I did forget that there is an really long load before loading the credits. Although maybe with the new movement, I don't know. There is a new movement here that I'm hoping to see. First off, I'm interested to see who's going to do the risky slides. Halq decides to do the risky slides. And see if Curly also does it. The reason why they are called the risky slides, by the way, is because if you are too far to the right, the game will think you've gone too far and will transport you to the beginning of where you were. So you don't want to be too far right. Otherwise, the whole walking segment that you have to do, yeah, you have to do it again. And yes, before you ask, no, we cannot ride our dragon motorcycle because Koraidon/Miraidon is too scared to come out in Area 0. So we have to do everyone's favorite mode of transportation, walking.
Yay!
Thankfully, we don't have to walk too much because we're going to be doing our other favorite mode of transportation, falling.
Whee!
But before we get to falling, we have to get to I guess running, because walking speed is what happened in the beginning of the game. So yeah. Main objective now is we need to go down to each of the research stations, press a button, and so that we can then unlock the final door and near the end. So first book, and before, well, with the exception of the fourth door, we have to fight a Pokemon as a 2v1. So this is where the differences start to happen for both Scarlet and Violet. As we get down, we'll be fighting Paradox Pokemon from different times depending on which version of the game. If we're playing Scarlet, we'll be fighting Pokemon of the past, and if we are playing Violet, we are fighting generic robots. So, in the second visit, we are just going to walk all the way down, because we can't, like, cheese by falling as much as we would like to. We just have to walk. And then this is where it starts to favor Violet a little bit more than it starts to favor Scarlet, because the first Pokemon that we're going to have to fight, if your Scarlet version, is Screamtail, if your Violet version, Iron Bundle. Screamtail is incredibly bulky.
Slide through the thing that makes you stop.
So much so that it will take so much so that it will always take 2 hits unless you get lucky. Violet version, on the other hand, has Iron Bundle, which can just be KO'd with a close combat. So it will take 1 hit. If you are higher level, then maybe acrobatics, but Iron Bundle is surprisingly bulky on the physical side. So we have to be careful. We do have to be a bit careful. Also, you should probably be very careful of the Braviaries, because those things have massive hitboxes. Like, even bigger than you might expect. But also, the Screamtail control you. And the reason why I say it control you is because It acts as a wild Pokemon, meaning you can use one of its 4 moves,
これプリンですか？
one of which being Rest.
プリンちゃん。
So
でもなんか
we really hope that you don't get the 1 in 4 chance that you see Rest from Screamtail.
怖いですね。
可愛いですね。
Also, Umbreon is completely useless as a teammate. You really hope it uses Dark Pulse, but it just sometimes
こっちはジェリーバード
doesn't
来ましたね。クリ
and
スマス
uses
が終わ
Baby
った
Doll Eyes.
そうですね。
Thanks, Umbreon. You're
だいぶ
useless.
遅れてきましたね。
Like, at least Dark Pulse does damage and could potentially kill.
寝坊助のやつ
Oh, it actually did use Dark Pulse.
1年前
And it is gonna kill. That is actually really nice for halqery. This fight can actually be like
ここはね、ブラックの行動でね、
like Umbreon can just go for Baby Doll Eyes. Like we might even see Baby Doll Eyes from Umbreon here.
気が
つぶらな瞳
つぶ
やめて
らな瞳じゃなくて、
We love Baby Doll
ネ
Eyes.
ストを選んでほしいな。悪の波動
At least the bundles. At least the bundles dead
こ
for.
こで
Thing. So it's slightly it's still slightly faster on Corolio's side because we didn't see any animation from the bundle,
倒しやすい。
whereas we did see animation from the Screamtail.
その隅が、
But yeah, we would. I mean, it could have been a little bit faster if Umbreon decided to, you know, actually, you know, help Corolio a little bit instead of being like, nah. But now we enter into the second floor. We're gonna do something a little different. Now we're supposed to go to Research Station 3, but we're not gonna take the path that the game expects us to, which is, you know, continue walking down, you know, and all that stuff. Instead, after we get to the research panel, we are actually going to hit the button, and then we are going to go all the way back to Research Station 1, and then we're going to fall from there. We're going to take a specific path, which then allows us to fall directly on top of Research Station 3. And if both of our runners do it well, we might actually see the Rotom phone skip animation skip by landing on a ledge.
Oh,
Did you forget anything?
yeah, it's fine. I'll figure it out.
忘れ物かな？
So
こっちは？
go this way. Yep. So you're back to Research Station 1, and then
あれなんだ
newly discovered, we actually fall down this ledge. Sadly, Hulk did not get the not land on the slope, so it doesn't get the ledge. But here, Hulk does land on the slope, so no Rotom phone animation for Hulk. Here, and then we run this way, kind of towards where that waterfall is. You'll see a rock, and around that rock, we want to fall off of that ledge and try to land near the ledge of a tree to hopefully skip the Rotom phone animation. Let's see if Hulk is able to do that. So this is the rock.
結構な高さかな。
いるんですけれども、
お
And does get the ledge drop cancel animation. Nice. Nicely done.
Yo.
木の根元に坂の判定があるので、そこには
It is pretty nifty. If you press ZR, you can actually look down.
All the easy parts, but
You can actually like look down and be able to land much better. Sally Corolio just barely missed it.
このルートが第三観測ユニット最速で。
Like it is very specific where you have to land on that tree to get the Rotom phone skip animation.
ここで登場するのはスカーレットでは
So here, the next Paradox Pokemon, Great Tusk versus Iron Treads.
トヨタ版では
Not much of a difference here. Hulk will just use Acrobatics, whereas Corolio will use Low Kick.
鳴き声がね、偉大な牙の方がドンファンドでドンファンに過去形の ED
So,
をつけて
not much of a difference here. They both take, because they're both super effective hits, they'll both take the same amount of
偉大系の
time.
ウィルがついた形になっているっていうそういう小ネタが仕込まれていたりします。
Like I said, there is still a massive time save that Corolio still has, still waiting for him at the very end. So, while it's still close, it's still not
実戦の時には偉大な牙の方はアクロバットではワンパンすることはでき
the
なかった
professor,
ですが
the final fight and the final fight. Yes, they are both different final fights.
それぞれ一撃で倒す
Will decide a lot for our runners. So this is Research Station. Research Station 3. Couldn't say research for some reason. Despite the fact that I play the TCG and thus research is a very core part of the game, so I should be able to say research. I guess just like the words research and station next to each other might be the reason why, but yeah. Anyway, Research Station 3. We're gonna go hit the button. Halq is gonna be using the Hasty Mint. It is very important that Halq does use this mint before he fights the next few trainers. So now Halq is plus speed minus defense. The plus speed is very important for certain Pokemon that he will face. Corolio also has this mint, but Corolio will use it later. He still wants the benefits of Adamant before he trades it over for Hasty. And also, yeah, see how many Pokemon on Halq's screen? Yeah, that's the Switch 2. That's the Switch 2 update, ladies and gentlemen. The 35 Pokemon on the screen at the same time. And same thing for Dracloak, although he has to be a bit careful as he has to be avoiding of the Dreepies and the Dracloaks.
It really just add more life just with the Switch 2, adding so much more Pokemon.
Yeah. Although for us it's been a small pain that we had to adapt to.
I can imagine, yeah.
Especially if the Pokemon is directly in our way of a certain item that we need to get. But, you know, we'll make it work. But, you know, we'll make it work. But this is where there's now been a small new movement that has been discovered by by one of the commentators. By Keguru, where instead of what we used to do, so what the game wants you to do is to go down the pathway, which is not what we're gonna do. And what we used to do is we used to actually go back the way we came.
I had to keep going. Oops.
And then do that, and then go down. But we actually found out there's actually a faster way, which is we fly out, we then walk back to Research Station 3 using the teleporter.
Kyle-san's following me.
And then we head where we will fall to Research Station 4. So instead of running all the way back up, we actually take a fly.
It's a new time save from Kagero.
Like, this time save, if I'm not mistaken, only saves at the maximum like 3 to 5 seconds, but you know, it's 3 to 5 seconds it will take.
最近の検証によって空を飛ぶで戻った方が6秒程度早いということが
That is the
になって採用されています。
the neat little time save that we've gotten.
What fell with me? That giraffe fell. That giraffe fell down from the top.
Oh, that's
I
funny.
saw something yellow falling down the side.
Choreograph did decide to apparently join halqery in falling down to Area 0. So there is actually a place that you can land when you fall, that you can get just the slide. But it is pretty hard. I did see that halqery did get it, whereas Corolio sadly missed the specific ledge. And now we get to the weirdest part of Area 0, which is the Violet exclusive movement. That for some reason saves like about a second for Violet compared to Scarlet. Again, why this is the case, I do not know. So halqery, as he's running in Scarlet version, is gonna have to go to the second. It's gonna reset now. So both players are gonna reset now because of the as I mentioned earlier, the credits load. And also makes the final part like less laggy. Well, I guess maybe Corolio's not doing it now. Oh, Corolio's not doing the Violet exclusive movement. Okay, that's interesting.
Oh.
It is a second faster, but I guess he might not just know about it. But there is a movement where instead of warping to the second floor of Area 0, what you instead do is you just go out and then you just walk forward, and then you get the cutscene trigger of this area from behind. For some reason, the cutscene trigger is larger on Violet version than it is on Scarlet version.
It's fine.
Huh.
Again, why that's the case, I don't know. I couldn't tell you. But yes, both of them did this movement. Both of them kind of messed up a little bit. Corolio, if you landed nearer the entrance, you wouldn't have the thing where the screen went to black and then reload the character and then activated the cutscene thing. halqery accidentally landed on one of the crystal roofs, so you have to waste time having to start the fall again. So not a perfect execution, but they'll both work. Interesting that halqery already did his reset, but Corolio hasn't done his reset. Maybe I guess Corolio does his reset at the very, very end, like before the final fight, whereas Hulk does his reset at reset station 4. Interesting. I'll probably be asking him why. I remember, like I would have done my reset ages ago, but maybe that was by me being unoptimal. We'll see. Anyway, now it's time for the last 3, what I call the Paradox Rush. So the last 3 Paradox Pokemon that we have to fight. halqery has to fight. Yeah, so the event point, that event trigger is different in Scarlet versus Violet. Violet's for some reason just bigger than Scarlet. So there is an exclusive movement that Violet can do, which I think has got retimed to be about a second faster still than the movement that the Scarlet version does. But yeah, Violet version, Iron Treads, pretty simple Pokemon, just low kick and you're fine. I will say that these 3 fights actually favor Scarlet a little bit, because the next Pokemon that Corolio has to fight is Iron Hands, and unfortunately for people who like Iron, for us, Iron Hands is incredibly bulky, and it does take 2 hits. Although if Umbreon would like to cooperate and use Psychic. No. Nope. It would be able to essentially low kick plus Psychic has a very good chance of it getting it. Oh, okay, never mind. That is a good critical hit to get. Just crit, I guess. Like, doesn't matter. I guess if you just crit, you just get it anyway. That's actually a very good crit. That will take 2 hits, and then you have to hope that the Iron Hand goes for Wild Charge, therefore on your Flamigo, so then it kills itself, but thankfully the crit just got there. And then this one, you just close combat, and the Iron Justice dies. The reason why Flamigo has a bit of an advantage in Scarlet version here, that's a missed range on the Iron Jugulis. So all these Pokemon have that was kind of dangerous. So all these Pokemon have wild Pokemon, which means that they have random stats. So I guess Corolio got unlucky and rolled like plus defense, max HP, Iron Jugulis.
It's the small things. They can either make or break.
And yeah, it's like Corolio still needs to reset the game. Hulk's already done that, and now he's ahead. I don't think the time save for Violet is gonna be helpful anymore. Although I do underestimate how long power gem animation is versus collision course, but we'll get there. Anyway, the professor's an AI. Shocker. And we have to beat the AI in order to save the world. Because some professor thought it was better to have this program running than not.
Now, calling it Professor GPT is a bit of an insult, because the AI actually wants to protect the people. Unfortunately, it's programmed not to.
It's programmed not to by people who think they're smart. Anyway, so this fight, is also very interesting because, you know, both versions have different Pokemon that they have to deal with. And in theory, Violet does actually have the better fight. Should you actually do everything should you go for what I call the risky fight for Violet? So, risky fight for Violet. So the risky fight for Violet is instead of, so there's a safe fight for Violet, which is you set up on Iron Bundle and then go to town. But the risky version is you actually try and get the knockout on Iron Bundle and then KO and then set up on the Iron Hands. And the main reason why you want to do that is because Iron Hands typically goes for Fake Out, which means you're losing a turn anyway. May as well use a next attack on the turn that you get Faked Out, because then you're being optimal. But your attack actually has to be good enough for you to do so. And also, Corolio needs to use the Hasty Mint. Otherwise, the Iron Bundle will outspeed you, because here's another little quirky thing about this fight for some reason. So, as I mentioned before, all of the Pokemon in this game, all the trainers Pokemon, with very few exceptions, have consistent stats throughout. They have static stats and static natures. Except for some reason Toro's Pokemon. Every Pokemon from between Iron Moth and Iron Valiant has random stats. For some reason. Which means that for Bundle, you have to take into consideration that you could get Max Speed Bundle, or you could get Minimum Speed Bundle. Also, its bulk can also be different. So it's kind of weird why Toro's Pokemon is random, but Sada's Pokemon is consistent. I don't actually know, but it only applies to not Iron Moth and not Iron Valiant, and it only matters for Iron Bundle. So, we'll see. Now it's time for our professor's fight. So, Toro has a potential for a faster 7-turn fight, although if halqery does get lucky, he can also have a relatively fast 7-turn fight as well. Also, yeah, Corolio did not reset, so he might lose time in the final fight. But of course, as for some reason this AI has also downloaded the Hop Syndrome virus, which means that any super effective hit on both directions will make her talk, as well as the fact that if we get what else? If we get hit, which we always will, land super effective hits, or even critical hits will also trigger many of Sada's. So the optimal fight for also Corolio next getting the acrobatics on the Iron Bundle, that's even riskier than double kick. Unfortunately for Halqery, he did get the player off, which means Sada has two pieces of text boxes. One for landing a hit, and the other for landing a super effective hit. As for Corolio, let's see what kind of fight he gets. Does he get Fake Out or does he get Thunder Punch? That is unlucky, he gets Thunder Punch. Which is fine. Unfortunately for Corolio, that means he's going to get two text boxes from Toro. No! Oh, that's.
猫騙しだろ
Oh, I hope he has a full restore. Okay, he does have a full restore.
Oh my god.
That is unlucky. That's 10%.
プラスパワーで帳消しにしてるというとても
That actually might just dictate the fact that how might win this now.
雷パンチでしかも麻痺をしてしまった。ここは大丈夫でしたね。
Oh
Yeah,
god.
okay. Now you just low kick acrobatics. That is unlucky. First off, it's unlucky that it goes Thunder Punch over Fake Out of all things. And then, yeah. Also, last chance for Boot Bonnet to get a crit on Flamingo. Nope. That is crazy. Yeah, as long as Corolio does not accidentally not use acrobatics on Iron Valiant, he is completely fine.
ということで撃破と
And then yeah, also Hulk's done with
まあ
his
博
fight.
士の AI も
So he's now done with the final fight. Now he's gonna head over
危険な世
to
界からは
the final fight.
Honestly, it's kind of shocking just seeing them absolutely demolish this fight. Because I remember when I first played Scarlet and Violet, I barely got through this fight with my teams.
Yep.
さんの方も無事に
And then we just use this comically pink bird just to sweep everything. It's really funny.
I remember when Flamigo was first revealed, everyone memed on it. And turns out it's an absolute badass.
It is. Now it's time for the final fight. What is the main? Why am I calling this the final fight? Because reality is, the AI Professor fight is the true final fight. This is just kind of the encore fight. The main gimmick is the fact that Toro and Sada apparently have the technology to lock up Pokeballs.
Oh.
And
活動に障害が発生しています
which apparently could have been useful for other evil teams, but
プログラムを起動します
but the only downside is that it doesn't lock Pokemon registered to Sada or Toro, which is convenient because we had a Pokemon registered to Sada and Toro the entire time. We've essentially been riding it on its back, so we have to essentially win a 1v1 versus the other legendary.
のポケモン以外は使えない
And this is where Violet would actually have an advantage, because Power Gem is actually a shorter animation over Collision Course, and thus Violet would actually save a decent amount of time in this final fight. But I don't think that's enough to save, because you cannot lose this fight.
この戦闘を始めた
It is scripted that you will. I should press probably a spoiler. It is scripted that you will never lose this fight. Trust me. Nothing scary or dangerous is gonna happen. But yeah, we essentially switch into our legendary motorcycle, and then we use it. So there is going to be a one turn where, even though halqery is using an X attack, he's going to be using a special attack of Flamethrower. The only reason why we're doing this is because it is for one turn, slightly faster than using Collision Course, and it does not change the number of Collision Courses needed to actually KO the dragon throughout the game. So, even though it might seem counterintuitive, there is like one turn we are using Flamethrower. But yeah, there is absolutely nothing that can go wrong in these two fights.
Kato's fight's gonna be faster, but I don't
You
remember.
don't have to worry about it.
今まで
If the Miraidon is just X special, spam power gen, win the game.
が
GG's.
解禁されて戦闘開始
But yeah, trust me, if we could use Flamigo for this final fight, I'm pretty sure Scarlet version will probably be the faster version again, because I'm pretty certain that we can just use acrobatics and that Koraidon would be donezo.
まずプラスパワーで能力を上げていく
And So there's the X attack. Oh no, we got taunted. Whatever we will do.
Attack, obviously.
Yeah. Why would we do anything else? We then use the one turn of Flamethrower, as I mentioned. Well, after Koraidon uses the other turn of Flamethrower. Yay, we didn't get the burn. Let's go. And now we spam Collision Course, and Halq is effectively done with this fight, assuming nothing horribly bad happens. Although the opponent's side is setting up a bulk up, so that could be potentially scary. Rolio does the same thing, sets up the next special, and now just spams Power Gem and is pretty much done.
パワージェムですね。
はい、終わり。
早いんですよね。1回につき3
Giga Impact, that's fine. Oh my god, he's at 1 HP.
Oh my god.
Jesus.
危ない。
Thank god Koraidon's love apparently is strong enough for it to live on 1 HP.
けど相手結構 HP
that was scary.
まずいのでは
Surely it doesn't happen on the Miraidon side too, right? Surely it doesn't use like, I don't know,
攻撃食らいそう。
the
いや
special
ー、
equivalent
挑
of
発されてなければ
Giga
こらえ
Impact.
ろせたんだけどな。いや、まずい。
あー、こらえるが挑発です。
And puts us on 1 HP, but Miraidon's love was good enough.
あ
あー、やばい。
ー、破壊光線。いやー、
うわ
Oh jeez, no! Oh, that was close.
偶然がこんな2度も
偶
Thank
然。
god we survived on 1
もう一つぐらい
HP.
偶然来て急所に当たんねえかな、急に。頼むよ。
Thank God for our bonds with Pokemon.
Yep, thank god for ES mechanics.
そうだ。このゲームテラスタルとかあったな。
そうですよ。
そうだ、最後の最後にテラスタルをしてこのコライドを倒す。
And also, thanks for the game for giving us an Omni boost, so that we can then now outspeed this Koraidon.
Wait, was I supposed to trash slice?
あ、勝っちゃった。
Oh my god.
It's a lie.
スイ君のテラスタルオーブ光って
Oh
ない
my
それ別のポケモン
god.
It's fine. He hit the range.
ダブルバトル。
ダブルバトル始まってる。
It really just came down to that last hit.
Yep.
でここで今回タイマーストップにしてもらってますね。
はい。ということで。
最後はテラスタルで、あー、間違え
What, you
て
hit
テラ
something?
スタルし忘れちゃったー。
I heard nothing.
Yeah. So now, how is Oh, interesting. They actually decide to end the
ち
time
なみにさっき
here
の急所に当てろっていうくだりはここの戦闘
for
ランス
some
の固
reason,
定されて
even
る
though
ポイン
the
トで絶対急所
actual
に
end
出ます。
timing is
茶番も茶番。
credits timing.
耐えるところまで全てシナリオ通りです。
Interesting.
まあ
I mean, I
本来
guess.
であれば日本語ルールは、
Probably
I mean, I
just
guess that's
for the,
it. That's
probably
like
just for
Spanish
Americans.
sounds. I mean, the only thing that's left after this is just a bunch of text boxes
長いというのもあり
and then the credits, which they will have to mute because we don't want to listen to British man singing.
ハルカリさん、スカーレットバージョンが4時間40
By
分。
the
Oh,
way,
yeah, I
that is the name
forgot
of my
about
final
that.
flip, by the way. Yes, it's called British man singing, which is to remind me I have to mute the game.
お疲れ様でした、2人と
But
も。
yeah, I guess if that's the case, then yeah, that is the that is it. If there's not going to be like any credits, then I guess I'll just be signing off then.
いやー、今回は悔しいの一言っすね。もう本当に目の前、もう最後の最後まで、もしかしたら、ね、
Yeah, but that has been
接戦だった。
Scarlet and Violet. I hope you, everyone else, enjoyed this run.
ありがとうございます。
Hope you enjoyed the commentary. I think they're actually trying to speedrun, like saying their goodbyes, therefore they don't have to mute the game for,
Yeah.
to listen to Ed Sheeran.
Deal with the disadvantages of Scarlet, but overall it was good.
And of course, thank you, Crisis, for coming in and commentating for this run.
あとスカーレットの方がね。
You're very much welcome. It's very rare that we actually get to see the any percent category in any marathon, in fairness,
RTA in Japan.
because it's just it's a run. I'll say that much. Although I actually now think that ZA might actually be harder to get a marathon now because it's actually even longer. Somehow they made a game longer than this. They made a game longer than Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon.
Yeah,
But yeah.
The EA pretty strict in its checks, from my understanding.
確かにこれトイレのさ
Nothing. I'll talk to you about it later.
まあ言うてよ
But yeah,
まあ
and also thank you to.
勝ってない勝ってない
I'm probably gonna pronounce this wrong. I do apologize. Thank you to Needle
えーと
for the raid.
Probably should close out of the game.
Welcome to the English Restream of RTA in Japan. They're raising monies for Doctor Develop Orders.
何かありますか
And
あーまあ僕の方から
Sorry,
halqery
sorry,
has
it's just like
just
how
closed
close
the
the
game.
game before Ed Sheeran could sing.
え
amazing.
ー Do you have any comments?
I actually do wonder if Karoli's gonna do the same thing.
And everyone's been really welcoming, especially the staff here. So I appreciate everyone letting me come and do this.
はい
I wonder what
まあ
kind of
初めての
games
ね
halqery
いろんな
plays.
方々スタッフさんも含めていろんな方々が歓迎されて
Couldn't tell you.
ありがたいですという
I can tell you, but I was just waiting for halqery because he's speaking something in English.
と Twitch で配信をしております。halqery
Yeah,
の方もついてね
halqery definitely a Pokemon speedrunner.
お二人の方ねぜひ
Was originally Mystery Dungeon runner, but then turned into main series. The current world record holder for Legends Arceus and has good times in pretty much every Switch game as well. What is the world record holder for this game on Switch 1 and currently second place on both leaderboards of this game.
視聴だったりとか
And
知ってみるだったりとかねしてくれる
yeah,
と
that's
嬉しいか
how
なと
Karolio, Japanese runner, mainly
ね
speedruns on YouTube, but I do believe he has a Twitch. Primarily also does just main series Pokemon.
と思います
So
ということでね本日ポケットモンスタースカーレット
yeah, so
深夜
definitely check those two out.
Crisisaurus doing the English restream.
あそうです
Yeah.
そしてイングリッシュリストリームの方ねクライスさんという
Hey, that's you.
ランナーの方が
Yeah, that is me.
そちらにも感謝を申し上げたいと思いますということで
I didn't forget, hey, let's go.
朝というか深夜というかから長丁場でしたけども皆さんご視聴の方もありがとうございました。
Yeah, that's got what? Hopefully,
次の作品は
hopefully inspired maybe some of you to get into the game. Like I said earlier, if you want something shorter, there are the single story categories. We will be able to help you set up all those files if you head to the PSR Discord and help you out there. If you want longer categories than 4 hours, we also have those as well. Both Indigo Disc and Mochi Mayhem are streaming your name if you prefer longer categories. And yeah, I hope you all have a wonderful rest of the evening.
Yeah, Crisis, before you go.
Also in Japan, a good morning.
Yes. Right, Crisis, before you go, where can people find you?
You can find me, obviously it's written on the layout. You can find me on Twitch, YouTube, I guess it's called X now, at Blue Sky. Pretty much almost everywhere on the same username as I have right now, Crisisaurus.
Fair enough, right? Thank you for coming along and commentating for this amazing race. And yeah, RTA in Japan are currently on an intermission, so we will take a break as well.